Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this morning's executive. Just by way of a little bit of explanation, particularly for those that haven't attended such an extended meeting, following an agreement of council, this is an amalgamation of our education executive and our normal executive. It's the first meeting of this kind, and therefore the first part of this morning's agenda is dedicated to education functions, and we have our religious parent and care experience teacher reps who join us. The procedure will now be based on the new standing orders. We take the papers as read, and there'll be an opportunity to ask questions. And while it's anticipated members will have taken the opportunity to have briefings and ask questions of officers, it's also acknowledged that some of those questions will be pertinent to be asked in public. It's expected these questions are not political statements, and I will intervene if that becomes the case, if a question is not forthcoming. That will then be followed by the portfolio holder, who will then move the report, and where there's no amendment, there will be no debate, but an opportunity should the members of the opposition wish to give an explanation of why there's no amendment. So we will move into the meeting now, and I'll ask for any apologies.
Thank you, Convener. We have apologies from Councillor Nimmo and from Charlotte Larkin.
Okay, thank you. Declarations of interest. Is there any declarations of interest at this stage? No. Okay, we move to...
Convener.
Apologies.
On the last item, agenda item 11, for the sale of Broad Street, and probably other members in the committee who are on the planning, it states that the money will only be paid if planning consent gets given. I'm asking Mr. Moody, will that be a conflict for the people in the planning? Because if we don't pass it, we don't get that money.
No, I think the code is flexible enough to allow for you to sit in committees in different capacities, providing that when you do sit on the planning committee, what you're considering are the planning considerations, and that is clear.
Thank you very much.
Okay, it was a good point just to make that get that clarification. Excuse me. If we move into the minutes of the previous meeting, which is August the 22nd, are we happy to agree that as a true record?
Great.
Okay, thank you. Item 4 is the rolling action log, and I'll go to Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Convener. And as usual, the rolling action log records the decisions which the executive or Education, Children and Young People executive made where reports are called for to return to this executive meeting or later meetings. There are updates contained within the rolling action log on progress of those reports. The rolling action log is for noting only, but is available for members to ask questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moody. Are there any questions in relation to the rolling action log? No, happy to agree. Thank you. Moving into our agenda proper, and the first item is the executive membership, and I will open it up to see if there's any questions in relation to the paper for officers. Councillor Redland.
Oh, thanks. Just a question that somebody had asked us to raise was around our MSYPs. They're obviously elected by school students in the area, and it was, is there any scope that we might have representation for some of them or all of them on the executive, and what would the procedure to that be?
Mr. Moody.
I think, Convener, as can be seen from the wide membership of the executive at the moment for education and children's business, there is scope for adding additional members, and that could, if the council thought it was the wise thing to do, include MSYPs. As I understand it, there are 4 MSYPs within the council area, and the size of the current executive would allow that to happen. In terms of the procedure, which was the second part of Councillor Redmond's question, that would be a standing orders change and would require to be agreed by the council. It wouldn't be a matter for this executive to determine itself, and not at this meeting for sure.
Thank you. That's a good answer.
Thank you. Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, convener, and sort of following on in a similar theme, the recommendations obviously include the appointment of a religious representative, and as Mr Moody was just saying, there's a variety of different staff, people, various representatives and more scope. But I wondered, from my mind, it seems that the religious representatives are the only of the sort of non-councillor members that have voting rights, and I can't recall that ever having been action. So I wonder whether Mr Moody could just clarify if that's the case, if they're the only ones with non-voting rights, and maybe just outline why that is and if that has actually come about. I can't remember in my time in council that that's come about, but it'd be useful for the record just to put that out there. Thank you.
Mr Moody.
Thank you, convener. And Councillor Murtagh is correct to say that the religious representatives are the only non-councillor representatives with voting rights on the committee. It arises, I think, from long-standing custom and practice, and there have been religious representatives voting on the committee right through our statutory predecessors as far back as the 1918 Education Act, so for more than 100 years. I think for a long time, because of the long-standing nature of that custom and practice, it was assumed that the requirement to have religious representatives on a committee of this kind came with voting rights, and that there wasn't an issue of discretion for local authorities. I think that view has changed in recent years, and on examination of the statutory material, I think there is a discretion for councils, and that's reflected in the fact that at least 3 local authorities in the country have taken the decision to remove voting rights. I think similar to the answer to Councillor Redmond's question, that would be a standing orders issue and a decision for council rather than a decision for this executive. I think the other point I would make is that if the council were contemplating such a move, it would be very important to engage in consultation and discussion with the church bodies involved before any such decision was made.
Convener, with your permission, I just want to say that it's obviously, and as Mr Moody says, that this is not the place for such a proposal anyway. It would be understanding orders. It's not something that I'm advocating this morning or proposing. I just think that information is useful to clarify, and it's interesting what Mr Moody says. I don't think the last part, in terms of whether we've ever used it recently, I can't recall, but I think the information is useful nonetheless, and it's something that we could perhaps look at in future.
Okay, thank you. Mr Moody, do you want to comment on the use?
I think it's very rare that religious representatives have voted within the committee or any of its predecessors. I have, I think, attended all of these meetings for the past 20 years or so, and I can recall fewer than a handful.
Thank you. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. This being the first joint meeting of the Executive and the Education Executive, for the sake of clarity, can we publish the voting rights, who will be able to vote on which particular agenda items?
Mr Moody.
I think I would refer to my previous answer to Councillor Murtagh's question. Councillors have a vote on all items on the agenda. The religious representatives have a vote in relation to those items on the agenda identified as education and children's business.
Okay, Thank you. I see no further indications for questions. I'll just move to the report. I think this is a really helpful paper, considering there's a number of changes to the committee with new elected members joining the executive, and it's helpful to have clarification before us. There is a legislative requirement for educational function to include religious representatives, of which there's 3. And as already is being clarified, they do have voting rights on the committee. A vacancy has arisen as a result of the resignation of the Reverend Michael Rollo, which was one of the principal reasons for this paper being before us. The Reverend Michael Rollo joined the Council's Education and Leisure Committee in 2004 and has been a mainstay on various iterations of the committee over the years. Then on to the executive as the structure of the council changed. I'd just like to record my thanks to him for his dedicated contributions to education for over 20 years. We've received a nomination for the vacant place, and I'm pleased to support the recommendation to appoint Mr David Seal to the committee, joining Agnes Mullen, representing Church of Scotland, and Maureen Harkness from the Roman Catholic Church as the third religious rep on the executive. Census data shows that other Christians is in the third largest category of those who have a religion. I'm happy to support the recommendation to fill that vacant place with a representative of the evangelical group of churches. David comes with a wide range of experience in teaching and youth work. Also, as a new school term has begun, we have the rotation of our pupil reps, which I would wish to personally thank the outgoing Jessie MacLeod and Joel Snedden as our pupil reps, whose time on the Education and Children and Young People's Executive ended in the summer for their contributions. Today we also appoint Roisin and Rory as our pupil representatives, and I'm happy to support the recommendation and look forward to hearing their contributions over the next year. The input from our pupils from high schools, and indeed all our representatives of parents, teachers and care experienced young people, serve to make us a richer and more informed committee. And this being the first meeting of the new executive, I welcome everyone to it. There being no other changes to the committee membership, with full details of the executive membership contained within the paper, I therefore move the recommendations as stated in section 2 of the report. Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, Convener. Happy to formally second.
Thank you. We have no amendment to that, so I will ask if any member of the opposition wishes to give explanation on why no amendment.
No, no amendment. Simply want to say thank you to the outgoing representatives for all their work and welcome to the new ones.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Murtagh.
Thank you, Convener. It's just to echo those words on the previous representatives, and particularly of Michael Rollo, who's been an excellent contributor, and I'm sure that he was praying for as the Stenhousemuir chaplain for the penalties that were going in at the weekend, and his prayers were clearly answered. So I think we can all see the contribution that he's made. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Murtagh.
Political statements.
We've got to let the odd goal in there and give other folks a chance. Okay, I have no further indications, therefore we're happy to agree.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. David, do you want to join the body of the committee? Okay, our next item is the proposed consultation on the permanent closure of Blackness Primary School, and we have a request for a deputation. I'm going to ask committee if they are content that we hear that.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Can I just ask those to come forward? Okay, welcome, Jan, and you have 10 minutes maximum, following which will be an opportunity for the committee to ask any questions.
Sure, thank you very much. Thank you very much for allowing me to talk today on behalf of Blackness Primary School and Blackness Community Council. As you know, my name's Jan Fairley. I'm a parent and part of the community in Blackness, and feel very strongly and passionate about my primary school and about my community in Blackness. When the news broke back in April that we were potentially going to be coming to council to discuss this, we were flooded with messages of support, but this also came with not so many nice comments regarding the cost per child, which, when you have a look at it, in fact, is not slightly correct. There is a big difference between the report in April to the report that's presented now. £62,000 of a difference, not up the way, I should say, down the way, which is surprising, given that we are a shared headship. So we will have the same budget as the Grange Primary School. However, after further investigation, the breakdown is that 20% of the head teacher's salary and deputies is included in it, this side of this money. The full principal head, which is fine, but 100% of the one teacher that works one day, and she works the other two at the Grange. So when you look at a budget, have the Grange got a separate budget? Is this the same budget? They can't double count. Is it 80% at the Grange? It really is open for discussion around about where these figures come from and how can it be £60,000 to £62,000 of a difference in April to now. It's beyond me. The numbers again outlined in Mr. Teed's report regarding the number of children that are coming through, especially catchment children. Obviously, you can't look at non-catchment, but we can look at the ratio that we're getting coming through in pupil placement requests. Again, isn't correct. However, I have seen a slight amendment made which shows that, yes, some of them have increased slightly to figure what my figures are. However, as we go into later years, 27, 28, 29, it's still not correct. And these figures come from the Government Health Board. But yet on every report that I've seen through, the mothballing report, the one in April and this, it's wrong every time. I mean, the mothballing one was significantly incorrect regarding the number of children that are born and live in Blackness. So how do the council keep getting this incorrect? The school is increasing and it will continue to increase in roll numbers going forward. Yes, there is no and never will be significant house builds in Blackness because it is a rural community and we're very fortunate to live in that, and it's a farming community, but there is significant builds that are going on in Bowness at our side, which are going to heavily impact the schools, especially the Grange primary school, that in the report states that the building is satisfactory. What is that? Is it very good? Is it average? I know from speaking to parents that there is areas of that school, rooms that are not of suitable standards, and these classrooms are filled with children, 33 plus in some classrooms. It might not be in capacity on paper, but it certainly is at capacity when you look at the number of children per classroom. Something of interest, after I've been doing some more investigation, there's two primary schools not far from here, which are 2.6 miles apart. One has 15 pupils and one has 27. Why are they not getting looked at the same as us? And what are their catchment ratios? When we look at some primary schools, especially the likes of the Grange, maybe Deanburn, the catchment to non-catchment will significantly be different because of where you want your children to be looked after, where their grandparents live, where their childminder is, where they work. Why does it keep coming down to catchment children? It needs to be looked at as where a parent or a family want their child to be educated and how they want them to be educated. Not everybody's lucky to live in a place where I stay, you know, that they can come and go really as they please. However, it might be that a certain family have had that upbringing, they just haven't been fortunate enough to get a house and a property where that is, but they want their child to be brought up that way and have that community education. Not only that, the report says that the segmentation or out of scope rezoning wouldn't happen the other way round, but yet if they shut Blackness, they're quite happy to put Blackness into the Grange primary schools catchment. How can they not do that the other way round? We're meant to be the same head. It seems pretty simple to me. Maybe not. Research shows that learning in smaller class numbers, contrary to what the report says, is more beneficial to a child's learning, with greater parental involvement, more positive pupil attitudes, improved pupil behaviour, greater extracurricular activities by pupils, better attendance, and an enhanced sense of belonging, more positive teacher attitudes, and much more better adapted to children who are neurodiverse. This is something that us as parents see every day, with P1 standing up and doing a class talk, maybe just for 30 seconds, but they can stand up and they can actually have a conversation with an adult and talk about something to their peers, something that they're passionate about, or even something that they want to look up to, as we've seen in recent times. This has been a very stressful time speaking to the children about their school potentially closing and moving to a bigger school. They would lose their friendship groups. They would be more open to being bullied and being the new kid, worrying if they would fit in. Anxiety in our young children could have a serious knock-on effect as they get older, furthering strain on resources and reduced individual attention, which I've seen in previous schools. In the report, it goes on to say that our pupils are familiar with the staff at the Grange, which really isn't true. The head teacher and the deputy are only the ones that come along at times. We don't see any other teachers. They don't really see the other children within the Grange, other than if it was a Christmas concert. They go and they sit at the back as they walk in. That's really it. The report talks about transport. The council had agreed a new bus service, which is now interlinked as a town service bus. We would now have to go on to further transport being needed. What would that be? Taxis? How many taxis are we going to need? It's going to have further impact on the carbon footprint, the finances, and also getting the children to the Grange safely, given how busy it is down that road, with I know some parents having to park their car up or taking their children at 25 past 8 just to get near the school so they can get away to their work. The pupils are heavily involved within Blackness community, with regular beach cleans, litter pickups, visiting the older residents with soup packs that they make up and hand out, inviting everyone to open days, coffee mornings, and our very popular fundraising events. These are just some of the things that bring the school and the community together. The school has been a massive part of Blackness for over 100 years and has seen most of the residents in the village and holdings going through the school, and now their grandchildren are attending. The hall is another fundamental place in Blackness, where it outlines in the report that they have been involved in this consultation period. They have not been made aware of anything that has been going on, with myself actually organising the hall to be booked for the 1st of October when it should have went through the whole committee. That's not the first time this has happened. It's not for the children. It's not just for the children to have their lunches and do PE in. It's for the school, and it was close to the hall. Would never, over time, if we did close, it would fundamentally probably break up the community even further, because the hall would be used less and less and less. During the mothballing in November, back in November, I should say, the council advised me that all houses would have a letter or email to put their views forward. Again, this never happened. And if it wasn't for myself going out and asking locals if they had received the email, and even the parent council at the Grange, if they had received something, they weren't involved again. And again, when I go back, you only included, when you finally did send something out, you only included the village. You forgot about the holdings and the farms that are in Blackness, which misses out a big majority of the properties within Blackness. In conclusion, the report that we have is we have outstanding support for our school, not just from residents in Blackness, from Linlithgow, from Bowness, from NFU Scotland, local business to name a few, from what we've seen in November. To consider closure or a further consultation period will, I strongly believe, have the same outcome as it did in the last consultation period for mothballing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan, for that. The members may well wish to pick up some of the questions that Jan asked when we come to members' questions, but this is an opportunity for any members of the committee to ask any questions of Jan on her submission. Councillor Spears.
Jan, I was very interested on your thoughts on education management's arithmetic. Now, I'm not asking you to mark a question paper here, but you're saying it doesn't quite add up.
It doesn't add up. So in the first report, it was significantly down. When the amendment has went in, I think that's what you call it, yeah, amendment has went in, it has found another 2 or 3 children. If you're using the health board, how can the health board numbers be so incorrect every time we go to look at this? It's meant to be for marriages and births and deceased. But yeah, I know when asking health practitioners that if somebody passes away, the health board takes about 2 years to update. So is that similar for births? You certainly can't use the census because that was hardly a return in that, to be honest. So there needs to be something that you find that can get this information accurate. Is it going to doctor's surgeries? Is it going to the school direct? You know, is it going to nurseries? Not everybody sends their child to a catchment nursery for obvious reasons, for childcare, for it working around their work times, things like that. They might send them to a private nursery where they pay for it and not use the hours that there's things, but they are significantly out and the role is increasing. I know we have significant numbers coming from Bowness for non-catchment, but there is still significant numbers for catchment children, and again these will continue because these families are still increasing and are looking to further grow their family.
Okay, thank you. My second question is your concern for rural areas. Catchment's always difficult because farms, for the nature of what they do, have spread wide apart.
Yep.
So you're always going to have this problem in rural areas. Do you think there'll be a knock-on effect then for the rest of the district's rural areas?
Absolutely. It'll just be catastrophic for everybody. It'll just tear everybody apart. And I think farms, small holdings, the village, it can sometimes feel like them and us. But for the last 4, 5, 6 years in Blackness, and things have started to come together, and working with the school and working with the community, it's getting back to it. But I know this happens in other semi-rural areas or rural areas a lot further away from here, and their schools have less catchment children in them than ours.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see no further indications, so can I thank you, Jan?
Thank you.
And happy to take your seat. I will now open up for members' questions, and I appreciate there's probably going to be a lot of questions, but if we can keep them very succinct, it would be helpful to get through them all as quickly as I can. I'll go to Councillor Sinclair first.
Thank you, convener. I think my first question is probably to police services, and it's picking up on something that was raised within the deputation there. I know that we've gone through building inspections, but I wondered if it could be answered by representatives or officers from police services about how condition surveys are done and how we get to those determinations of and satisfactory, as was said there.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kirchick?
Submit what is known as core facts, which covers the condition of the schools. Satisfactory is defined as performing adequately but showing minor deterioration. Physical elements carry out the function satisfactorily but may show signs of age, including consideration of some transverse elements. We are of the view that the Grange Primary School does fall into the satisfactory condition. We have no record of any concerns being raised by the head teacher in relation to the condition of any of the classrooms or schools.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, convener. If with your indulgence, I'll ask another 2 or 3 questions here. I think my first one is around about the additional data that's been shared. Could officers clarify how the additional data is received and the difference between the original data and what it now shows us?
Penny?
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Jan, for your representation. The data was received on the 29th of August from Forth Valley Health Board, and we call it CAI data. And CAI data is data that tells us how many births there have been in the catchment area for each school. It's aggregated data, so we don't know who it's for or personal details and such like. But what it does tell us is how many, in essence, babies and preschool children are living in the catchment area for the school. So we received that data this year on the 29th of August, following submission of the report. But to be open and transparent with the information we're presenting, since the report was written before that, we circulated additional information with updated projections, which are in favour of the school. It does increase the roll over time, but it doesn't change the overall trend. So that's what the CAI data is. Councillor Sinclair, it is aggregated data that sets out the number of children of preschool age living in the catchment area across the whole of Falkirk. Yes.
Thanks. Thanks, convener. My second question is probably directly related to that data. Could it be clarified as to what the projections, what they are, the difference between catchment demand and the actuality of enrolment within the school? And are there any recent examples that shows the difference between catchment demand and enrolment?
Thank you. I'm happy to respond to this question. I mean, pupil roll projections for schools are obviously done on an annual basis, but during the course of the year, people can move into the area or move out of the area, and during the course of the year, there are also placing requests that can be submitted, and there are criteria against which they are judged and whether or not the placing request is accepted or not. What I would say is, historically, for Blackness Primary School, the information that's provided by the Health Board and the CAI data that Mr McNeill referred to doesn't always manifest itself in actual enrolments in the school. Historically, it can be as low as 25%. But we take that into account, and when we're making the projections, we look at previous patterns, and we look at patterns around placing requests, and that's how we come up with the roll projections for each of the schools, and that's replicated across all of our establishments, all of our primary schools and all of our secondary schools. There are currently 10 catchment pupils attending Blackness. All of them are in primary 1 to primary 5, but the CAI data would indicate that there are a possible 26 pupils from primary 1 to primary 7 living within the area, and none of the missing, if you like, 16 pupils are registered as attending another Falkirk school. And we know that there are a number of those pupils attending education provision in West Lothian and also within Edinburgh. And if I just exemplify that further, in 2022, there were 8 catchment enrolments projected for primary 1 for Blackness. That resulted in 1 enrolment, and in 2023, there were 4 primary 1s projected for primary 1 enrolment, and 2 of them enrolled. So it is a low overall percentage of the projection that does enrol. And in terms of the placing requests, just to cover that as well, because I think that's very important, and that was raised in the submission. Currently, there are 6 pupils who are placed in Blackness by placing request. 3 of those pupils come from Grange Primary, 1 of them comes from Bowness Public, and 2 of them come from West Lothian. Thank you.
Thank you, convener. And just finally, thank you for your indulgence, and thanks to committee for their indulgence. My last point, the last question I'd like to ask, the position on the statutory consultation itself, which is through the Schools Consultation Scotland Act. I wonder if officers could clarify in detail who would be considered as relevant consultees in line with the legislation and the council's responsibility under that, if possible.
Certainly, I can take that question, convener, if that's okay. If I'll just draw your attention and reference a couple of sections within the proposal paper, which, if approved, would be published and issued to the people that are stated within it. So, first of all, draw your attention to page 56. This is a statutory consultation. It's a public consultation. And as the portfolio holder has pointed out, it's conducted under the Schools Consultation Scotland Act in 2010. And there's also accompanying statutory guidance, which the local authority have been following in terms of drawing up the proposal paper and will follow if the proposal is granted approval by the committee. If I then turn to page 77 of the papers, because there's a lot of detail contained in here in terms of who would be considered to be a statutory consultee. All parents, and I must emphasise, all parents of both parent councils will receive a letter with a link to the proposal document. They will be able to attend the public meeting on the 1st of October and their feedback will be recorded. We're also hoping to arrange an online meeting, so those that can't attend that meeting can also attend online. Parents will be able to respond to the proposal online via email or in writing. All of the correspondence that is received from parents and that's provided via online email or writing will be passed to Education Scotland for their inclusion in their report. Education Scotland can contact the parent councils for additional information if they feel that's appropriate, and all of their oral or written responses will be reviewed by us and will be considered as part of the consultation report, which is published in advance of any report coming back to committee. And that report will be published, and anyone who has made representations to us during the consultation period will be informed about that report. So I think I would like to provide absolute categorical assurance that both parent councils will be involved and will be fully informed throughout the duration of the consultation. So, and additional consultees are detailed there in page 77. So all primary and nursery age pupils living in both Blackness and Grange Primary will be involved. The school staff and the trade unions at both schools, Blackness and Bowness community councils, the Community Hall Management Committee for Blackness, all households, and I will make sure it is all households, in the Blackness Primary School area, catchment area, will be lettered, and obviously elected members of Falkirk Council and anyone in public can respond to the consultation. So the proposal is drafted. That's the first job of the Education Authority. It will be fully updated to take account of the new data that's been referred to earlier. And then there follows a number of stages during the consultation period, which is proposed to be between the 16th of September and the 8th of November. I'm happy to run through those stages, but they are detailed on page 78 and page 79. Sorry, page 78 to page 88, but I'm happy to run through it for purposes of clarification if you would find that helpful.
I'm content. I mean, if committee would like to hear that, I'm not sure if anybody else in the committee would want to hear that, but it's detailed in the report. The reports are as read. I'm content with that.
We're happy to take views if others would wish the director just to run through that, or if we're happy to content with the paper. Okay.
I'm happy with the papers.
Okay, Councillor Smith, is that you? Is that all the questions? Yes.
My microphone just decided not to have me speak there, so it's probably heard enough from me, as the committee probably has as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, convener. Thank you to Jan for her very good deputation and the information. And I would like to just ask officers to clarify, if that's okay, some of the things that Jan has raised there. First and foremost, could you please clarify the issue about the overall cost, the cost per pupil, where Jan appears to have raised some questions as to how that has been put together. If you could just give us a little more clarity on that one.
Mr. Reid?
Yeah, absolutely.
John, just give it a wee second. Could I ask others to perhaps, I think I've got a note of Bailey Kerr, Councillor Spears and Councillor Murta, but if you could put the microphones off.
Okay, thank you. Yes, the staff costs attributed to the school are allocations of the members of staff that are there. The deputation is correct that 20% of the head teacher and the deputy head teacher salaries are included as a portion in Blackness Primary School. There's 100% of the principal teacher salary, and there is also 100% of another teacher that is in the school. Now, the costs for that teacher are lower than the average costs for a normal teacher, because it's the actual cost is taken from the budget, and it's all to do with superannuation costs and on costs. So we're confident that the costs there that are detailed in the paper, in the proposal paper, are the costs that are being incurred by the school. And in addition to that, there are life cycle costs attributed to the building over the next 3 years of circa £100,000.
So can I just have, for total clarity, where the teacher that only spends 1 day, it's only that 1 day's cost?
Thank you, Councillor. The costings are based on the allocations that are provided to the school in our DSM scheme every year. So what's stated in the proposal paper and in the report is confirmed by the head teacher and by our finance colleagues. Now, what happens day to day in a school can be down to the role of the head teacher and so on and so forth. But I'm happy to take those observations back to the head teacher and discuss them further with her. But at this moment in time, the costings are correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, in terms of the prospective numbers of children, I mean, it was just yesterday that we got an increase. You know, we got figures that gave us an increase in the number of catchment children. Are you confident that the figures we now got yesterday are the actual cost, the actual numbers of catchment children projected over the forthcoming years?
Yes, we are. I mean, making role projections, as I mentioned earlier, is complex. It always changes. It will change from year to year. There will people move into the area, move out of the area. Some young people leave Blackness at the end of primary 5 and don't complete primary 6 and 7, and therefore the figures need to be adjusted to take account of that, as do the applications for placing requests vary from year to year as well. But I think also contained within the proposal paper are the number of placing requests that have taken place over the last 5 or 6 years. And what I would say about that is there's a downward trend in the number of people that are asking for placing requests into Blackness. So they are accurate based on the information that we have at the moment and the assumptions we make about the number of young people that will enrol into primary 1. But as I also alluded to earlier, sometimes the projections don't match the reality of those that actually turn up on the first day at the start of a new session in August. But the numbers circulated yesterday are the numbers that will be updated in the proposal report that is going out, that will be published.
I know it's a difficult question to answer, and possibly it can't be answered. But is it not possible that the fact that this school has been kind of on the radar as possibly being mothballed, possibly being closed over a number of years, has impacted on the decisions of parents in terms of whether they place their children in the school or not?
It is a difficult question to answer. Thank you. Thank you for that one. As I indicated, there are 26 young people in terms of the CHI data who would be eligible to attend Blackness from primary 1 to primary 7, and only 10 of those are attending at the moment. And as I also alluded to earlier, a number of those are choosing to go into West Lothian schools. And there's also the added complexity of young people attending some of the time in Blackness Primary, and then some of the time in other schools in West Lothian area to transfer into West Lothian high schools. I suppose with any school that is going through this consultation process, and I think we need to remember it is a consultation process, and it's a genuine process to get the views of both communities and young people and parents and those that will be affected by it. And we will take that into consideration, as we have done previously with the mothballing report, in the consultation report that is produced, and also in the final report that comes back to committee.
Thank you, convener.
Thank you. Okay, Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, convener. Simple question to start with. I've got quite a few questions, but simple one to start with. Has everybody in the committee, obviously David's just joined the committee this morning, has he got the updated figures from yesterday?
Brian, can you confirm that was, yeah, that was
That's
circulated to everybody.
That's fine, that's an easy question. With regards to Ms Farley mentioning about letters in the paper saying that everybody was notified regarding we were going to have the consultation, and she stated that no everybody had received a letter. Can you confirm whether that's correct or not correct?
The report, if approved by executive, will be published on the 16th of September, so it hasn't been issued to all of the eligible consultees yet, and I've already given an assurance that I will make sure that it is issued to everyone, either in letter form or electronically, and obviously it's also published at the same time on the council website, so people can access it there. And if anybody contacts us to tell us that they haven't received it, then we will make sure that they get a copy of it. And the consultation period runs for 6 weeks, which does not include the October holidays. And they'll also have the opportunity to come along to the public meeting and the online public meeting as well. So we'll do our very best to reach 100% of those that should get the information.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Is this the only school in Falkirk that has got non-catchment children?
No, it isn't.
So when we're doing the report and we're saying about the catchment area, are we proposing to stop non-catchment children going into other schools?
No, there is statutory guidance which allows parents to submit placing requests at a school of their choice, and it can either be within an authority or it can be into another authority. So that would just continue as normal for all of our schools, including Blackness.
Okay, thank you. Is there any benefit to having rural schools? As it doesn't seem to state that in the report. It just seems to say everything's great at Grange, but nothing's great at Blackness. Surely there's good things happening in Blackness Primary School.
You're absolutely right. We have no issue regarding the quality of what's been delivered in terms of learning and teaching, in terms of the experience that the young people get. Absolutely not. Rural schools are categorised into 3 different categories. Blackness is regarded as a accessible rural school, and that's determined by the size of the population and the distance to travel to other communities. The school was last inspected in 2013, so it is due another inspection, but my guess will be that that would not be for another few years. So we don't have any external evaluations of what's been delivered, but certainly from the leadership and the quality assurance that's carried in, day out by the leadership team and by the central team, there's no dispute about that at all. What we're pointing out mainly in the consultation are the benefits to the young people of moving to a larger school with a larger cohort with more staff, and where the young people will be with larger numbers of peers of their own age. But there's absolutely no issue with the quality of what's being delivered within Blackness by the teachers there.
The thing I'm trying to get at, Mr. Reid, is the reports highlighting how good it will be at Grange, but there's nothing in the report that says what's been done and what's good if the school stayed open. So if the school stayed open, the curriculum will be the same, it'll be as diverse experience as the Grange. None of that in the report. So when you read the report, it's as if we are saying, well, you'll be better going to the Grange because it's better than Blackness. And I don't think that's what the intention is, but that's why it comes across in the report. So will the pupils have less experience if they stay at Blackness than they would at the Grange?
Thank you. I think in summary, the answer to that is that they'll have a wider range and breadth of learning experiences at Grange than they would at Blackness, within a wider peer group at their stage and their age, because often there is not another peer of the same age in the class, and the needs of a primary 1 are obviously very different from the needs of a primary 5. And due to the greater number of staff and pupils in Grange, the learners' experiences will be more diverse because they'll have a wider range of skill sets and areas of expertise amongst the staff. And then there are then the issues about the ability to develop social skills and interact and socialise with other groups of children. And of course, making transition much easier from Grange Primary to Bo'ness Academy, where the young people are due to larger numbers, because transition is daunting as it is, but it's often very daunting if there's a small number coming from one school into a large school or a medium-sized school like Bo'ness. Now, I think teachers plan as best they can for the range of young people that are in front of them to meet their individual learning needs. Of course they do. That is their job. That would normally be within one primary stage or within a composite class in some of our schools. So in Blackness, the teachers are having to plan for a broader range of abilities in multiple stages, which makes the job more complex. And planning may be required at more of an individual level, which is more difficult for the teacher. It does make age and stage appropriate learning opportunities more difficult in one class. Cooperative learning with appropriate peers is also difficult. And delivery of some curriculum areas is obviously less effective if you only have one class with multiple stages. So if I take PE, for instance, the needs and development of a primary 1 are completely different from primary 5 or someone in the upper stages of primary. So I think what we're saying is we're not concerned about the quality at all in Blackness. Far from it, the staff do an excellent job. What we're saying is they will be exposed to a wider range of more appropriate experiences with more peers at the same stage. And that is to the benefit of a young person's development and learning.
A couple of questions, and thanks for that, Mr. Reid. What you've just stated is there data to say that young children, young people get more benefit from having been engaged at a bigger school than a rural school?
I think every school is different. There's a difference between small sizes and large class sizes if young people are all of the same stage and the same ability, compared to if there's one class, which there is at Blackness, one class with P1 to P5 pupils at different stages and different abilities. So the data that we would look at to see how different schools are performing, and of course different schools have different contexts in terms of the young people, in terms of the level of additional support needs within a school and how that's supported, and in terms of whether or not in some of our schools there is an enhanced provision class where young people require significant additional support. But the data from both Blackness Primary School and Grange Primary School would not lead us down the path of any concerns about what the young people are attaining or achieving. And that data is publicly available.
Thanks, Mr. Reid. Maybe a stupid question, but do we know what Blackness School's values are?
Convener, apologies, I don't have that information to hand, but I'd be happy to provide that to members of the committee.
I'm only mentioning it because I know what the Grange values are. I'm just saying I would have liked to have seen that in the report, because we're talking about kids' values and the getting it right for every child. If these values are embedded in the school.
Councillor Bellicat, I think there's maybe been a slight misunderstanding. I think Mr. Kestrick thought you were referring to the value of the school building as opposed to the values of the school, and maybe Mr. Reid to be able to answer that question.
Yeah, in terms of the school values.
That's why he was answering.
Yeah. So did I.
You don't know nothing about Blackness values.
Absolutely, Blackness Primary School, like all of our primaries, have a set of values that are the core of how they operate, and that the children will be able to talk to you very enthusiastically about. Often the values between one school and another school are very similar, but I will make sure that that is referenced in the report when it goes out, if approved on next week.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Thank you very much. Thanks, Convener.
Okay.
Sorry there were lengthy questions, but it's valuable to get these answers at this stage.
No, I'm very aware that there's going to be a lot of questions, and I want to give time so that people can get the answers that they're seeking. Councillor Spears.
Yeah, if I could ask the Director of Education regarding the bar chart on page 34. Much of my concern centres around how we've gathered this information. You've mentioned the health board. Have you taken into consideration, you said there was a number of children went to Edinburgh independent schools, which are about to lose their charitable status under the present Westminster government. I would imagine many of these children, due to the exorbitant costs, will be coming back into the local educational sphere. Just to base it on one set of figures from the health board, how will you be able to widen that, which I think is the wish of the local rural population, who would quite like a rural education for their children who may day work in that rural environment. I would find these children have a set of skills that would equally prepare them to go into secondary school. And I don't think these children would feel isolated, put down, or inferior in any way. And
Councillor
I would
Spears,
imagine.
Councillor Spears, you're straying into a statement. This is questions only.
Yes, I'm asking the question.
Well, you've made a question, so I'm going to ask the director to answer it.
Convener, you do this at every meeting. Quite frankly, I'm explaining why I'm asking the question. I am entitled to do that.
And I'm very clear that it's questions, and I did ask people to be concise.
Clear in your mind.
And everyone else has been very helpful in complying with that. But when it strays into a statement rather than a question, then I did say I would intervene. But I'll ask Mr. Reid to answer your question.
So can you fully explain how you widen your approach to finding out regarding catchment and the amount of children involved? I'll give you my second question just now. Will elected members of this committee be invited to your consultation meetings?
Mr. Reid?
Thank you. Yeah, you've referenced the health board data there. We also look at the number of young people that may not be on that data, but that may have moved into our early years settings in the area. We obviously become aware of some young people that move into the area who may choose to enrol either within another school in the Bowness cluster or within Blackness primary itself. I think I referenced earlier that 10 pupils living within the Blackness catchment area attend from primary 1 to primary 5, but there are 26 who could attend between primary 1 and primary 7. And just to clarify, we do know that some of those young people attend schools within the West Lothian catchment area, but they don't all attend within the West Lothian catchment area, hence why our assumption is, and anecdotally, we know that some attend within Edinburgh or perhaps within the independent sector. And the reason we are saying that is because a number of young people leave or have left in the past Blackness Primary School at the end of primary 5 and don't complete their primary 6 or primary 7. So we don't have any primary 6s or primary 7s at Blackness at the minute. So it is as wide as possible using all of the available sources that are available to us. But obviously, part of the consultation is about seeking people's views and they will be able to put those forward and respond. So that's the answer to the first question. And the answer to the second question is it's a public consultation meeting and anybody is welcome to attend along at that meeting. It's on the 1st of October.
So elected members of the executive and beyond will be invited.
I think Mr. Reid made it clear it's a public consultation. Anyone can attend, so it'll be up to elected members if they choose to.
No, I think when you advertise it and you say you have invited members of the executive, that gives the public also an opportunity to meet the people who will take the final voting decision. So I think it should be made clear to them right from the start.
And one final point just on that note, if you on page 77, it talks about who the members of Falkirk Council are specifically referenced there, that they will receive the information, and obviously as part of that there will be details on the public meeting. And in addition, we're also adding in an online meeting where anyone can attend as well.
Yeah, I think it's important elected members turn up to these meetings because people will have direct questions for their elected member as well.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Convener. And this is my first committee under the new question procedure, so I'll do my best not to stray. I'm trying to think ahead. Questions on the process, and some of this has kind of been covered, but the process of the governance of this statutory consultation which is proposed, and just to confirm that the previous mothball process isn't a statutory process governed by national legislation and guidance, that we conducted that and we conduct those under Falkirk Council's procedures. But whereas the difference is that the statutory consultation obviously is governed by national legislation and guidance, just to confirm that to start with.
Okay, Mr McNeill. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor Murtagh. The mothballing consultation previously carried out was undertaken under a non-statutory process, if you want, a Falkirk arrangement. However, this process requires us absolutely to be undertaken as statutory consultation in line with the regulations, and that process in itself ensures the rights of the parents are represented in the consultation process fully. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr McNeill, and thanks, Convener. I think one of the things which, when I was reading the guidance, if you could confirm that's different, and so under the statutory guidance, and it does, correct me if I'm wrong, seem to suggest that if there'd been a mothballing process before and parents, as in this case, were not supportive and there was objections, that rather than continuing to go through that mothballing process again and again, that it would move to a statutory consultation about closure, and that's part of the kind of the recommendations from government, but that effectively if a statutory consultation on closure is undertaken and it's rejected, then we couldn't visit it again for another 5 years unless there was very exceptional circumstances. It would put that to bed for 5 years.
Thank you. I think I mean, I wasn't here obviously for the mothballing process, but I am aware of it and have been in discussion with officers that were here at the time. And I think the decision of committee was that they wanted to have the enrolments confirmed for 24-25 and then to revisit the information and consider the way ahead, and that's what has been followed. So it's previous committee decisions that have been followed to get to this stage today, Councillor Murtagh.
Okay, Councillor Murtagh, if you can just bear with us ever so slightly. Mr Moody is just checking the detail on the timescales.
You know, it may be helpful for Councillor to proceed with any other questions she has. It may take longer than a second or two.
Okay.
Okay, Mr Moody is always more right than me, but I'm pretty sure that that's what it says in the guidance, is the 5 years. I suppose it was raised by the really excellent deputation was given passionately about why just Blackness, and I suppose I wanted to follow up on that. Our policy, that the reason that we look at mothballing and why we looked at it before is not just to Blackness Primary, and I know from experience in my own ward we've previously mothballed both Kenner Primary School and indeed Limerick Primary School, and I suppose it's to confirm about where that policy comes from. Mr Reid already outlined some of the reasons about, from an educational perspective, why we would consider changing, but to outline that policy in terms of that it's not just Blackness Primary, that we would be looking at any school that fell below the role under certain circumstances for the reasons that are kind of outlined in the policy and why that is.
Okay. Mr McNeill.
Thank you again, Convener. The mothballing process is a means by which, where a school roll drops below a reasonable level, which in Falkirk Council decided that level would be 10. In other authorities it could be different, but fundamentally it's where a school roll drops to a certain point, but where in essence, the being of the school comes into question in terms of the capacity to sustain learning and teaching with such few numbers. Council previously mothballed 2 schools in Falkirk, both Kenner and Limerick, and both those rolls were, from memory, very low, below 10. In this scenario, the move to mothball Blackness previously was based on a roll which was, catchment roll, which was below 10. However, as you stated, the statutory guidance would suggest that where there's no appetite for mothballing, which there clearly isn't, that we could move to consult on closure and give the opportunity for the formal consultation process to continue. I can confirm that the authority will apply that mothballing threshold across the estate fairly, and that where any other schools fall below 10 or have small low rolls, then we will ask for permissions to review the position, if not mothballing, to look at the learning estate and efficiency of it and move forward for the benefit of the whole of Falkirk and not just individual schools. So yes, in answer to your question, it still applies. It applies across the authority, and we did apply it to Blackness, but have moved on from that earlier decision.
Convener, I don't know if Mr. Moody has the confirmation yet, but I suppose it might require his assistance on this point, because we have therefore, as Mr. McNeill confirmed, we'd sort of taken the decision not to go down the mothball process with Blackness and to look at the statutory consultation process. And as I understand it, we didn't do that with Limerick and Boskenner. We did mothball them, and then we went to the statutory consultation process for closure. But actually, what government said in that when we put the decision that we had to close those, is they actually rejected the closure of those primary schools, and that is as yet unresolved. And I suppose it's just to confirm that, because I think the robustness of the process is important to understand, that even after a decision of Falkirk Council to call in to go ahead with a closure, government have that opportunity and do have that oversight to call in. And in both the cases where we've put forward before, I understand it, rejected and said go back and think again. So that marrying that and confirming whether, as well, that if that happens, if it's we're not going down mothball and that it's 5 years, that it couldn't be looked at again, I think it's important to understand the question of certainty and what a statutory consultation process would do in this case.
Oh, sorry, excuse me, Mr. Moody can confirm.
Yes, thank you, Convener. I think first of all, on the issue of a 5-year moratorium following the decision not to proceed with the closure, yes, that is correct. And it arises in two circumstances. The first of those, if following the statutory consultation, the Education Authority takes the decision not to proceed with the closure, it may not then revisit a closure proposal for that school for a period of 5 years. The second circumstance, and it's one alluded to by Councillor Murtagh, is if the Scottish ministers have called in the proposed decision to close a school and referred it to the Independent School Closure Review panel. And if that panel declines to confirm the authority's decision to close and simply refuses that, then that triggers another 5-year moratorium. There is a third option for the panel, though, which is to refuse to confirm and remit the matter back to the local authority for further consideration. That's the situation that happened in relation to Boskenner and Limerick. So the 5-year moratorium didn't apply in relation to those two decisions.
I'm grateful for confirming that, and I think it's not, it was important from an illustration point of view of the process, but it probably will need to be picked up, as it's not been reported, as I can detect in committee, about the sort of Limerick and Boskenner, about where we are with that, but I wanted to illustrate the process through those questions. Thanks, Convener. Just lastly, and I'm hoping that this will help with amendments when we get to it, because I know usually we would kind of ask questions in our speeches, so to kind of get ahead of that, Mr. Reid's already confirmed that there will be a letter going to all households in the catchment area, and we heard that concern earlier expressed, so I'm not going to ask that. Alluded to again is about this online meeting. Part of what I put forward in the amendment is to make sure that that is confirmed in writing, but if it's able to be not just aspired to, that there will be the option of an online meeting, that if it is confirmed that there will be and a commitment's given to that, then that could potentially negate the need for that being in writing. And I suppose that one of the parts, and I kind of had some correspondence with Mr. Reid about this, one of the parts of one of my amendments is about the parent body being regularly consulted and updated through discussion. And that's slightly different to what's in the statutory consultation. And where I'm going to with that is sort of understanding that there will be a dialogue, that there will be meetings and discussion and debate, and it's a two-way dialogue respect. So I think if it could be given that it won't just be that informing consultation, but that, for example, on likes of the hybrid meeting, there would be a discussion with members of the parent council about what was best and how to go forward. I think that would be really helpful to sort of confirm how we intend to go forward with that.
I'll allow the question, but I would appreciate it's Councillor Murtaugh's first opportunity. There will be a debate as there are amendments, and perhaps some of that could be kept within the debate. But
it's just for asking the question. I don't know whether you know how to do that, so thanks.
Yeah, I'm happy to clarify that. Thank you, Councillor Murtaugh. I'm really happy to confirm that there will be an online meeting, and we will make sure that details of that online meeting are in the proposal paper when it's issued, if it is issued next week. In terms of how we will involve the different parent councils, I briefly touched on this earlier, but there's essentially it's the entire consultation period, and I've taken and divided it into 12 steps that we've got to do, and the parent councils will be involved throughout that. The main mechanism for parent councils submitting their responses obviously are online, email and writing, and all of that will be contained in the information that's sent to Education Scotland and will be taken account of in their report and in the subsequent report that we publish prior to coming back here to the executive. And obviously the purpose of the public meeting is to hear about the proposal, give people the opportunities to ask questions about the proposal and to have their views recorded so that they can be taken as part of that consultation process. So at each stage in that process, they will see how their views feed into the different reports that go to Education Scotland and then come back and that we publish that will come to executive. I'm not 100% clear what else you would be asking for in terms of engagement with the parent councils other than being detailed there in pages 78 to 80, but I'm happy to consider anything that's reasonable.
I'll give you an example. So if you think about recent consultations which we've had that have been quite controversial and might get parents where they're quite stressed and concerned, bringing the parent council chair and maybe representatives in before the meeting takes place, discussing how the meeting will actually unfold, what will happen, listening to, is that all right? Is there anything that you think could make it better? All those kind of things that happen in addition to the formal processes, so that there is that mutual trust and understanding, that there is respect and that there will be tensions, but that developing that relationship, that's the kind of expectation. It's not just about the formal thing, it's about if something happens, that there is that commitment to dialogue to say, let's come in and have a chat and we'll explain and discuss and listen to comments, because I think from the deputation we heard earlier, that's a really important aspect and it goes above the statutory, so that's why I've asked for it.
Can I butt in just for a minute? I need to be excused. I've had 2 urgent calls. So. Okay.
If you could maybe briefly just answer that.
I think what you're saying is logical, and from a point of view of forming positive relationships, which we always want to do with our key stakeholders, in particular our parent councils, we'll make sure that we take care of that, and we'll meet with key stakeholders ahead of the public consultation meeting to explain the process and ask how they think we could facilitate it. But we are following the guidance of the statutory consultation process, but I'm happy to take all of that on board.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your patience, Councillor Garner.
Thank you, convener, and thanks for the elected members before me, because they've asked more than half my questions. So I've just got one small question now for Mr. Reid. And do we know historically the secondary school destinations for kids from Blackness? Just where do they go? I know you mentioned the P6 and P7 kids who tend to go on other destinations.
We do know that information. Just give me 1 second till I locate it.
No problem at all.
Thank you. We track the number of young people who are in primary 7 and into which Falkirk High School they move into. They don't, as I say, all move in to one of our secondary schools, and it's not easy for us to track where they move to, because that's very much anecdotal and it's up to individual families, and it also varies from year to year. So for instance, in 2017-18, and we've got the data that goes back to that, there were 3 primary 7s, 2 of them went to Bowness, 1 of them went to St Mungo's. In 2018-19, and I can go on, and we're quite happy to publish these figures. 5 of the P7s went to Bowness, and 1 went to a school outside Falkirk. Now, we do know that we have Blackness pupils, or pupils who live in the Blackness catchment area, who would have been eligible to go to Bowness Academy or another Falkirk school via placing request, who are either at Linlithgow Academy or Winchborough Academy. And the other information we have is that some attend schools Outwith in other areas and in Edinburgh. So it's not 100%.
Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Garner. Councillor Redmond.
Thanks. I'll try and go as quick as I can. Just on page 58, it's got the reasonable alternatives considered. One's, I think, opening up a sort of nursery provision, so I don't know if that'd be a hybrid between school and the nursery. And then I think it was one talking about rezoning the catchments. Could maybe just briefly touch on how that would work? Is there currently extra classrooms available at Blackness that could be reallocated as a nursery? If you were rezoning it, would that then cut into Grange primary zone?
Yep, Mr. McNeill.
Thank you, Convener. Thanks, Councillor Redmond. So on the early years provision within Blackness Primary School, what we would be looking to do would be to introduce a new provision as an alternative to closure. And the purpose of the consultation is to confirm whether or not others agree with the authorities' position that there wouldn't be a reasonable alternative. And the reason for that is there would be costs involved with converting the space. So Blackness is currently has an occupancy, a capacity of 50, and is currently occupied by 16. So you would think there would be space, but in practice, it would be quite challenging to introduce an early years setting within that school. Nothing's impossible, but it would be challenging. Fundamentally, we have significant early years provision in the nearby area within Falkirk, excluding to the east, which would be the West Lothian side, where there is other provisions. However, in Falkirk, we have capacity and provision within the Bowness area for all early years. However, we considered that as an alternative option, as a reasonable alternative option, and in our conclusions we concluded that it would not be reasonable in the sense of cost and practicalities involved in opening up an early years provision in the school. In regard to the zoning issues to do with Grange Primary to the west, Blackness as well, I'm sure Jan would agree, it is unique. It's right on the periphery of Falkirk. It is not surrounded by schools. So it's not an easy school to rezone. You can really only rezone into the area to the west. And when you're into the area to the west, you're then taking, in essence, the population base is walking to Grange Primary School. It's within walking distance. So to rezone them to Blackness would, in essence, require us to, one, probably put on transport, I would suggest, but also be taking them away from a neighbourhood school in the Grange area. There are capacity pressures in Grange, and we're aware of that, and we're dealing with it. There are no such capacity pressures in the local development plan on the Blackness side. So the Blackness situation is rather unique. It's not a school that's 360 surrounded by catchment and you can grab a bit from one school to another. It literally can only take catchment from the east, from the west, sorry, because it sits right on the east. And we considered that alternative not a reasonable adjustment in this case, and we're happy to take observations as Jan has made previous in her deputation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So just to confirm, these options won't be any part of the consultation?
They do form part of the consultation, Councillor. They will be presented to the consultees as options that were considered.
Right.
And in the case of a rural school proposal to close, we absolutely must present our thinking and our options appraisals prior to reaching a decision to recommend closure of the school. So they'll be proposed, and we'll invite comments from consultees to whether they agree, disagree, or have any further comment, and we'll report back to councillors with all of those.
All right, thanks. And then just moving on to my next questions was just about around Grange Primary School. Could you tell us what the current pupil roll is there? Is it a large school or a medium-sized school?
Certainly, I can. Thank you, Councillor. They're currently on the roll. There are 246 young people. That includes a small enhanced provision of 8 young people, and it also includes a nursery separate provision that runs in the school. So the school is currently running at 86% occupancy. One of the things that we do, or one of the things that the forward planning team do, is to take all the information when they're coming up with row projections, and what they do look at is what has historically happened with young people coming through with house building, how many of them have enrolled in the school, how many of them have gone elsewhere, and then they build that into their projections. Now, in total, there are 385 children within the Grange Primary School catchment area. 109 of them attend a school in elsewhere. So they make a placement request and they're placed elsewhere, and it's mainly within Bowness cluster schools. Although some go to RC primary schools, and there are some young people that do travel to schools across the council, because we have some young people who attend, for instance, the Time Zone at Maddiston or the Thistlewing up in Kinnaird, because they've been placed there. But there's a range of schools that they have applied to go into across the council. Now, if all the young people from the area did all move to Grange and the historical enrolment trends were not observed, then the school would experience pressure. There is the capacity to deal with that pressure from within the building as well, and there is also significant planning gain, which will allow us to make whatever adaptations we need to deal with that pressure should it come. But we don't anticipate that for the next couple of years at least, and by that time we'll have a better indication of where the young people are going.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Redmond. We, in the conclusion of the questions, we'll now move to the motion. I'll go to the portfolio holder, and just to say that there is an amendment, therefore we will go into a debate.
Thanks, Convener. I'm not 100% sure what there is left for me to say, but I'll try my best anyway, because I think the questions have been very fully answered by everyone. First, I'd like to recognise the significant amount of work which has been done to bring this report to committee today, and my thanks go particularly to Kenny McNeill, Richard Teed and Siobhan Cootie, alongside Director John Reid, for their work to bring forward this report. I want to advise committee, if you can just bear with me just a wee second. Yeah, so I want to advise committee that the administration will be accepting Labour's amendment today to this report. We're also accepting of clause 1 and clause 3 of Councillor Mutter's amendment. Now, I wonder if I could perhaps at this point ask for clarification, because we were willing to accept the second sentence of clause 2 detailing the meeting arrangements, so long as Councillor Mutter was content with the answers given in the earlier session. But I wonder if, now that that answer has been given more fully, if clause 2 can be removed completely from that. But I wonder if that's something that can be confirmed?
I think Councillor Murtagh can perhaps confirm that when she speaks to her amendment.
When she speaks to her amendment, okay. Right, thank you for that. So I'll press on. Discussion around Blackness Primary School has been ongoing for a good number of years now, and certainly well before this current term of council began. In that time, the numbers of pupils attending this small, accessible rural school have remained at low levels and will likely continue at these levels, meaning that the sustainability of the service being delivered must be considered. Now, I don't believe that anyone gets into any decision-making office to make these types of decisions that are perceived as detrimental. Indeed, proposals to close or cut any service is likely as far from anyone's mind when seeking election. Yet this is what we face right across the council as it becomes more difficult to sustain the levels of service we currently provide against a backdrop of serious financial challenges, the rising cost of service provision, and the increasingly complex nature of delivering services that are modern, fit for purpose and deliver the needs for our communities. If we as a body continue to be unwilling to take difficult decisions that can be managed, the more there will be a need to consider unpalatable options that will impact on vital frontline services. Of course, the decision before us today is to approve a statutory consultation on the proposed closure of Blackness Primary School from 2025. Given that we have already been through the mothballing procedure, which was not agreed, provision is contained within national legislation for council to move to a consultation on closure. The way in which relevant consultees can engage with the process is as important as the consultation itself. I fully appreciate that trust in the process is part and parcel of how we build capacity and foster good relationships between communities and local authorities, and I'm pleased that Mr Reid has reiterated the Council's commitment to that fair and transparent process, as already outlined in the report, and addressed the points over which groups must be consulted in a meaningful way as we go through this consultation. Of course, any discussion about a decision like this will be challenging. However, we must be mindful of the reasons why this report is before us today. Small rural schools play an important role in the delivery of education across Scotland, and Falkirk does have experience with schools like Blackness, which are considered accessible rural. Nationally, there are also schools which are considered remote or very remote. However, where there are opportunities to enhance the access children and young people have to resources that may not be as readily available to them, therefore improving their experience and outcomes, then there must be a discussion about what is right for this very small cohort of children and how we can better serve their educational needs. We've seen this with Lime Riggs moving to Slamanan Primary and Both Kenner moving to Bean Cross Primary, where the impact on children involved has been positive. In the case of Blackness Primary School, where there are currently 16 children in one class from primaries 1 through 5, which has been the case for the past 3 academic years, and interestingly, without any P6 or P7 children, the challenge is that there may only be one child of that specific age and stage of learning within the class. Now, a child learning within a class closer to a regular class size of their own peers at both age and stage of learning allows for opportunities of significant social inclusion and a better learning experience, being able to learn with and from their peers. Having access to more readily available resources, a wider range of educational professionals, and opportunities to learn in more ways than would currently be available to them within a school with a very low role are also significantly beneficial to a child's holistic learning experience. Additionally, the experience of learning together within a bigger, more populous educational establishment will, without question, better prepare any child for the experience of their transition into secondary education, where schools are far bigger than, for example, a school which is the size of Blackness Primary. Just as an aside and directly related to this, the current total roll at Blackness equates to around 10% of the S1 cohort at Bo'ness Academy and less than 2% of the entire academy population, which in my opinion could be quite daunting. I appreciate that the subject of this consultation proposal is difficult, especially for the parents and carers of children who currently attend Blackness Primary. I also very much appreciate the contribution from Ms Fairley on behalf of the Parent Council and the Community Council. Partnerships between parents and families and their children's school are vital for so many aspects of a child's experience, educational experience. And I trust that this consultation process, if agreed, will lead to a reasonable and serious debate about improving outcomes from educational, social and holistic perspectives for children currently at Blackness, and that parents, families and carers and the wider community are encouraged to participate in the consultation should they wish to do so. I'd also like to reiterate that the values of Blackness Primary of respect, integrity, compassion and kindness also very much align with those at Grange Primary School, which was subject to a question earlier on. So, convener, on that, I will end on that note and formally move this report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sinclair. Can I have a seconder?
Aye, convener, happy to second.
Thank you. Okay, and in order to try and manage our process, I'm going to ask a question of Councillor Murtagh first, and that will then depend on the order that we then take the amendments. Are you still wishing to move your amendment as is?
I'm content with, as Councillor Sinclair says, if the administration are adopting the first and third clause, that the assurance is given by Mr Reid, we can remove clause 2.
Okay, thank you. That doesn't prevent you from participating in the wider debate. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I will now go to Councillor Bundy, who has the amendment first.
Thank you, convener. And I'd just like to thank everyone for the debate so far. It's been a lot of information to take in regarding the data and changing data and projections, because there's a lot of uncertainty within that as well. And I recognise the difficult financial position that the council is in, and it's something that we've all wished didn't exist, but it does exist, and we do have to take difficult decisions, which the Falkirk Conservative Group has shown in our time on the council that we're willing to take when we think it's right for the long-term interests of Falkirk. On this, we do not think it's for the long-term interests of Falkirk, and that is why we've put forward our amendment. Jan spoke very well about the role that Blackness Primary plays in the wider Blackness community, and I think that's something that hasn't been reflected upon enough when we've been having the questions section. A school can be the heart of a community, at the heart of a growing identity, and Blackness is on the periphery of the wider Falkirk Council area, which has been acknowledged. I don't want to be playing a role in making them feel more isolated from the wider Falkirk area by removing a great source of local identity. I've also heard about having a greater sense of holistic education by moving to the Grange School. I've spoken to parents from Blackness Primary School who have made the choice to send their children to Blackness Primary School, and they're so pleased with the holistic education that the children get, but it's a different definition of holistic education. It's not necessarily forming friendships with friends of a similar age, but it's forming friendships with friends of different ages, but also members of the wider community, playing an active role in cleaning their beach, their local village, setting up coffee mornings to interact with the elderly. They take such great pride in that. And I think that's something which is very difficult to put a financial price on. I think when we are in a difficult financial position, it is right to look at the spreadsheets and looking at the costs, but it's also looking at the wider aspect and what do those costs represent. Of course, rural education is going to cost more per pupil by the very definition, and that's a fact that we all have to accept. The question that I propose is this higher cost worth it? To me and to many families in Blackness, that answer is yes, and that is why I've been putting forward this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bundy. Do you have a second?
Please to second the amendment.
Okay, thank you. I now open it up for debate. Councillor Hannah?
Rather than debate, can I have some clarification, because we had an amendment that we put forward as well?
Indeed. Mr Moody?
Yes, thank you, convener. The amendments have all been circulated, and I think the mover of the motion, Councillor Sinclair, made clear that he had adjusted his motion to adopt the terms of the Labour amendment. And when the amendment is adopted in full by the mover of the motion, there isn't then an issue of dispute between the motion and the amendment falls at that point.
That's fine. I had missed that bit. I would simply like to say that I am not in favour of Councillor Bundy's amendment, basically on the basis that we have had absolute commitment from the officers to say that there will be full consultation, that all the possible consultees will be contacted. I think it's wrong to oppose having a consultation. The question has been around for Blackness Primary for some time. I absolutely agree that it is a really important centre for the Blackness area, but I think we need to consult with the people in the area and take that forward and make sure that their views are heard and bring it back to a future meeting at which we can have that discussion about whether it should or should not be closed. This is about consultation, not about closure.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Spears, I think you were next. All right, okay, thank you. Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, convener. And I was listening carefully to what Councillor Bundy said, and I don't agree with all of it, but I do agree with some of it. And particularly that there is a lot of uncertainty, and we've heard today in an excellent deputation about some of the uncertainty, and I'll use the word mistrust or misgivings about the figures that have been put forward, and obviously, as Councillor Hannah's just said, this uncertainty about what's going to happen to Blackness Primary has been around for some time. Indeed, as was brought out in the questioning, our policies at the council point towards that this will always be a consideration if the role is continuing to fall. So my contention would be that the best way forward to really get to the bottom of this issue is to have the consultation, which is governed by that statutory process, to get those figures out in the open, to have the opportunity for a robust examination and proper consultation. And we've heard the commitments given today, and that will be overseen by government. And as was alluded to earlier, that is a robust process that is often called in and can be rejected. And the certainty that that process would then give, if that was the case, would be to put that to bed for the following 5 years. And that would enable, I think, parents in the community to understand better that the school would continue and to have some certainty. And I'm very much in favour of having this proper, robust examination and debate. And I think that is the best way to achieve certainty, because if we don't, all that will happen is, I think Councillor Bundy's motion is really inconsistent with our policy. And as we spoke about earlier, our policy is there for good reason, that yes, there is a presumption against rural school closures nationally, and rural schools can have fantastic benefits and so can smaller class sizes, but the opposite can also be true. It's about the circumstances. The only way we're going to get to the bottom of the unique circumstances of Blackness Primary is by having this consultation. And I'm satisfied that with the points that I put forward in the amendment that's now been adopted, that there will be those significant extra safeguards. And just to sort of reiterate that one of the additions I had put forward, which is now adopted, is to make sure that the full breakdown in future capacity for the Grange Primary School, including the expected impact of all prospective housing developments within that proposed extended catchment zone, would be captured in the report. And also in the first part, that to make sure that if it was to go ahead and there was a closure, that it wouldn't be an just automatic enrolment for children that are Falkirk Council in their most local school, that every child who currently goes to Blackness from a Falkirk Council address and is entitled would have that automatic right to go to Grange with their peers if that's what they chose. So I think that is a small concession, an important one. So I think that with the assurances given today, I think the best way forward is to have that proper, robust consultation and give the community the confidence in the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murtagh. I will go to Bailey Kerr, and I will give Councillor Sinclair an opportunity to sum up, and I'll just give you the warning if you so wish. But I'll go to Bailey Kerr.
Just a quick, can I ask a question?
Of course.
Mr Reid, if there is a consultation and there is 50 people, 100 people in the area, and every one of them says we don't want the school to close, what will happen? I know you've not got a crystal ball, John.
Thank you. I'm sure there will be a range of different views expressed. What I can absolutely assure you is that all of those views will be considered and passed to Education Scotland for inclusion in their report, and will also be included in the report that we write ahead of the committee paper. But ultimately, the decision on Blackness Primary School rests with the council. We will put forward the reports containing all of the views that are expressed, including the recommendations from officers.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Convener.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you. Just to sum up, yeah, I'm pleased that people have been so open and willing to ask questions. I think that's the right thing to do, because this is a situation where, you know, there are a few of us here who haven't gone through this kind of process. So understanding what the crux of the matter is key to this, and I think that's absolutely right for this body to do. I just wanted to touch on a couple of points that were made by a couple of members, and it's to do with rurality. Now, my understanding about this is that the education that's delivered in a rural school here is not a rural education, it's mainstream education by curriculum delivered in a rural setting, which I think is different fundamentally from a rural education. And I think it's key to make sure that that's understood, that the education in a rural school is no different to the education that's delivered in any other mainstream school. The difference is the rural setting, and that is where my understanding comes from that. So I think it's key to understand what we're talking about here. I understand that the setting is not like for like in that way in terms of rurality, but the education and the benefits come from the larger population of the school and the opportunities that are available within these schools. And I think that's where the difference is key. So in summing up, I'm pleased that we've had such an open debate, and I'm pleased that so many questions have gone on, but I'd still maintain that this move towards consultation on this particular issue is absolutely the right way to go, and I look forward to all the information coming back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sinclair. I'm sorry, Councillor Sinclair's summed up. We're going to move to
He raised new questions and
sorry, we're moving to the vote. Councillor Spears.
He said that there's two different types of education. I think he needs to explain that.
Councillor Spears, by process and procedure, motion's been summed up. We now move to the vote. I'm going to ask Mr Moody just to clarify so that people are clear on what the motion now is and what the amendment is.
Thank you, Convener. And the motion consists of the recommendations at paragraph 2 of the report, moved by Councillor Sinclair and seconded by Councillor Garner, but with the addition of the adoption of the Labour amendment, which has been circulated, and clauses 1 and 3 of the amendment from Councillor Murtagh. So that is the motion as adjusted, against which there is an amendment moved by Councillor Bundy and seconded by Councillor Kerr, also circulated. And a reminder before I go through the votes that the two religious representatives present, Ms Mullen and Mr Seal, are able to vote if they wish to do so. Councillor Meikle-John.
For the motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Bundy.
Amendment.
Councillor Deacon.
For the motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Motion.
Hayley Kerr.
For the amendment.
Ms Mullen. Councillor Murtagh.
For the motion.
Councillor Patterson,
The motion.
Councillor Redmond,
Motion.
Mr. Seal, Councillor Sinclair,
Motion.
Councillor Spears,
Amendment.
Convener, there are 12 votes for the motion. There are 3 votes for the amendment. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you, and thank everybody for that very full but very important debate. We'll move on to item 7, the child rights and wellbeing assessments. There's an opportunity now for any questions to officers on the papers presented. I'll open it up now. Councillor Redmond.
Thanks. Just a quick question. It was obviously we're talking about when our EPIAs come back, but the Scottish Government's recognised the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. I was wondering if that would have any impacts on our sort of education provision as well. He's just left, but we're hearing from some of the colleagues we're speaking to that children will now have rights to possessions, so there may be issues around teachers confiscating phones of kids and things. Now that might not be. I was wondering if what work had been done to look into that, or if maybe anything about that.
I think Mr. Reid's just speaking to those, and I think he's probably the best person in that position to respond to that. So yeah, I will come back to you on that. But if there's any other questions that can be answered by probably Colin, who'd probably be the best position for that, or Karen indeed. Councillor Murtagh.
I had actually just been going to suggest whether it was possible to have a comfort break, given especially if Mr. Reid is out of the room and we could continue it. I don't know if how others was feeling about that.
Well, we would intended to have a comfort break once the education section had finished, and Mr. Reid's back in the room now, so to speak. So I'll maybe just go back to Councillor Redmond to ask you the question again.
Sorry, I know you'd probably want a break after that. But no, it was just around now that the Scottish Government's recognised the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. It had been raised by some of our colleagues that we're speaking to that they will have the rights to possessions, and there was some sort of concerns around, you know, what would the education impacts of that be? Would it prevent teachers from confiscating phones and other items like that, etc.?
Reid.
Yeah, apologies, I was. That's it working now. I was out just introducing myself to the chair of the Parent Council. There's been very clear guidance issued recently from the Scottish Government around mobile phones and how UNCRC and how all of that features into what schools would determine as appropriate for them. There isn't a blanket position, but there is support for schools to introduce policies that are appropriate to their own setting, and that's the guidance we are sharing and working with schools on. I think what's key here is that in anything that's introduced, that children's views and children's rights are taken into account, and that's very much part and parcel of what happens in Falkirk schools anyway, but I think it's clearly stated what the position is in terms of mobile phones within the guidance that's been issued, and we will be fully supportive of schools who choose to implement whatever policy they are in that relation, as long as they have abided by the recommendations and they're of involving the school community along the way and coming up with that. Does that answer that question?
Yeah, that's answered it fully. Thank you.
Gemma, did you wish to ask a question?
I did. There's a few. So on considerations, the The Act requires Falkirk Council to do a number of things, including reporting every 3 years, or creating a report every 3 years, and the first report is due as soon as practical, which is after the 31st of March 2026. And that's to do with what you're doing and plan to do to meet convention requirements. So wondering if committee would receive progress updates of the report's creation, or Falkirk Champs will be notified of, hey, the report is at this stage currently, and or the report's complete and about to come out. For next steps, for develop training for staff on children's rights, in the alongside work will be taken forward once resources are available. Currently, Falkirk Champions Board train all new council employees on partly what their duty is as a council family and friend, but also part of our training is on children's rights. So we're wondering if the developing training for new staff on children's rights will be adapted from the current training that we do, adapted from the OLLI training that currently exists, and that if Falkirk Champs could be involved in its creation. And then there's also the council will assess current compliance with children's rights, and it's not so much first a question as a comment, but we're very interested in seeing this report and we have high hopes. But our question is, will it be backdated and how far?
Okay, there's a number of questions in there. We have Sally Buchanan with us. Sally, if you want to maybe start off, and I can always bring in others to fill the gaps if required.
Yep, thank you very much, convener, and good morning. Gemma, thank you very much for your questions. I'll take them in order, and hopefully I've captured them correctly, but please come back to me if I haven't. The first one was around the report, which is due as soon as possible after the 31st of March 2026. We haven't detailed out kind of where that would go for approval, but I guess my initial thoughts that we would look to bring it to the executive and children's executive for approval. I'd have thought that's probably the appropriate route for that report. I would welcome the opportunity to speak to the Champs Board. I think that's a really good suggestion, and maybe we bring it to the Champs Board as part of the development of that report, and or, you know, prior to approval, prior to coming to the executive. So I think that's certainly something I will pick up with colleagues around that report as we get towards developing it. In terms of developing the training, again, that's something we need to look into and develop further, but I would absolutely welcome the opportunity to discuss with the Champs Board what role or otherwise you guys might play in that training. I think that's a really helpful suggestion. I think that would help with bringing it to life as well and making it really meaningful. So I'd quite like to pick up with the Champs Board on that one. And the final question was about backdating the assessment of compliance with children's rights. I think, again, we need to work out the detail on that. Apologies, I seem to be saying that for every question there. But I think in my head, it's not so much about backdating as checking what we are currently doing and how that complies with children's rights or otherwise. So looking across our various policies and making sure that they are compliant with children's rights, as well as assessing new ones as they come on board, which is more the wider topic of the report. So I'm not sure I would see a need to take it backwards, but I think it is about checking the activities, policies, procedures, projects that are taking place within council just now and making sure that they are as compliant, with the requirements of the children's rights. Does that answer your questions? Please clarify. If not, then apologies, because I was frantically trying to scribble and capture as you went.
Thank you. It does, and I'm pretty sure I'll need to run it past everyone else at Champions Board, but we'd be very appreciative if you do, if we could be involved in the creation of the report, if we could be involved in approving it, and we'd be really grateful also if we could work together to develop the training and based off of what we do currently. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Murtagh.
Very excellent questions there. I'll try and do my best to follow up. I have a few sort of questions from the report, and it first kind of relates to the recommendation, because we're talking about these children's rights and wellbeing impact assessments being added to the equality and poverty impact assessment process. But as far back as 2022, and the training and the OLLI models that were mentioned, we had in our guidance that it stated that CRWIAs, that's a terrible acronym, must be used, and it says this, must be used by senior managers and leaders to analyse impact of any change of policy or measure. So I suppose my question is, where else do these already apply? Where else do we already use these kind of assessments to do exactly what we sort of say in our training?
Okay, Sally?
Yeah, I can't give firm and exact examples, but I know that these have been taking place, particularly across children's services, where work has been underway looking at a number of projects and policies and completing child rights assessments as they come on board. I've been looking more at how we make sure we're widening that out and picking that up across the rest of the council, as clearly this isn't just an issue for children's services, and indeed we need to look at where we pick up those as we develop any other new projects and proposals. I think what we're looking at putting in place with bringing it in aligned to the equality and poverty impact assessments is to make sure that going forward we are really robust in making sure that we're capturing everything, that we are giving that consideration. So by building that screening in where we're completing an equality and poverty impact assessment, everything that requires an equality and poverty impact assessment would be then screened for the need to do the child rights. So that will make sure that we are then more compliant with that going forward. I can't name specific examples, but I know that they have been carried out, particularly within children's services. We have looked at child rights in a number of ways as well, without going quite as far as looking at doing a full child rights and wellbeing impact assessment. So, for a long time, looking at young people has been part of our equality and poverty impact assessment, and that again brings in that consideration of young people, of that giving them a voice and making sure that we're considering our policies and procedures from their point of view.
Thanks to Sally and thanks, Convener. I'm trying to, from what Sally's just answered, I'm trying to cobble some of my other questions, because in essence, if we sort of look at section 4, so particularly like section 4.3 to 4.5, it kind of comes down to, like Sally mentioned there, about the equality and poverty impact assessments, and that's why we're looking at this and embedding these new measures into that. But just to confirm that although we are familiar with equality and poverty impact assessments at committee as part of the process, equality and poverty impact assessments are not just only for things which require a policy decision at committee, are they? They are for anything effectively that will have a significant impact and judging that impact. So they're not just about committee decisions.
That is correct, yes. They should be carried out for where we are making a decision that risks, I guess, having that impact on people with protected characteristics.
Okay, and that sort of comes back around a little bit, and I think Councillor Redmond was also kind of asking about this. It's recognising, so at 4.5, we're recognising that the 54 articles of the UNCRC, and I suppose it's how are we evidencing that if we're not always going to be able to either do a full children's rights assessment or a full, and that would, every time we do an equality poverty impact assessment, how are we evidencing the compliance with the articles in other ways then, if that will not always be the process? And I suppose particularly, the example I've given in the past is in school rules, etc., but in how children experience council services.
Yeah, I'm probably not best placed to get into school rules, so I'll maybe see if John wants to come in after me on that. But I guess for the first bit around evidencing it, I think by putting the screening questions into our equality and poverty impact assessment and finding a way to communicate as succinctly as possible the essence of the 54 articles, I think that's one of the challenges around this, is it is complicated and it is big, but there are ways of grouping them together into particular areas of nature of what they're about. by providing training to officers to make them aware of what those articles are, of what is required, of what they need to be thinking about. I guess ideally what we're aiming for is to really build that knowledge and thought into the minds of all our officers, of all of us, as we take forward our project, so that we are actually just thinking of these things as we go along and identifying things that could be issues and making things better. And the actual carrying out and documenting the impact assessment almost becomes the secondary thing that collects that evidence, but we really have developed that as a way of working. If we build those screening questions into our EPIAs, that means that actually at least we have thought about them. We've asked about young people, we've asked about the child rights screening, we've included information there as to what that means. We've trained officers to understand what the child rights are. That means that that should be considered as part of every significant decision that we are making that has a potential to impact on child rights. And I think that significance is important as well, and proportionality, because I think our challenge is if we did a full child rights and impact and wellbeing assessment for everything that we did, it would overload. It would become disproportionate in terms of the decisions that we're making and the likelihood of a negative or positive impact. So I think we've got to make sure that that screening is correct, that it is bringing in that looking for significant issues or where there is a potential significant impact, and bringing that proportionality in so that we are catching the right things, where we're adding value through the assessment, where we're catching things that could have a negative impact, and where we're ultimately making things better.
And just finally, Convener, I'm not going to have an excellent working relationship with Sally, so I'm not going to ask her the question whether she knows that there's an equality and human rights champion at the council, but I'll just wave. But in 6.1, I can see obviously it's like we talk about how we consult and development of these things, and quite often I feel that my role is not to be the pointy finger and the stick, and it is also about that development and understanding, because I suppose the question I would have to Sally is that given that UNCRC compliance is now a legal requirement and we can't do an equality poverty impact assessment for every single thing, and yes, you've got training, it's that, how challenging is it to ensure that we can actually embed in evidence our compliance? And I suppose that maybe the answer is just it's a challenge and we're working on it, but that is the kind of the question that this begs, really, is how are we going to evidence that and make sure we are compliant in this new landscape?
And I think that evidence of compliance is what building that screening into our EPIA system will give us. It will give us that bit more rigor where, I think we're on a journey of improvement. I know I keep using that phrase, but I think we've got a much better understanding across council now as to what an equality and poverty impact assessment requires, why it is needed. And indeed, I'm actually now hearing from officers the benefit they are finding in doing it, which I think is a real kind of positive position to be in. I want to then bring us to the same place on the child rights as well. And I think we need to make sure we're bringing them in together, but not coupling them so hard that they are a single entity and you have to do both for everything. But actually, by bringing that screening in, we will then have that evidence of compliance and hopefully that improved understanding and therefore improved quality of the projects, which is really what it's all about.
Okay, thank you for that. There appears to be no further questions, so I will look to move the report. Just as a reminder, in June, Council asked for consideration to be given to adapting the impact assessment process to integrate the child rights and wellbeing impact in order to comply with the United Nations Convention of the Rights of the Child. Council is required to provide a plan on what we're doing and to plan in order to meet the convention requirements, which we've just heard about with the first report due by as soon as possible after the 31st of March 2026. The aim is placed on all public bodies to have a proactive culture of accountability for child rights, including the protection of rights and service delivery. In considering why we should be taking this approach, wellbeing assessments, while are not a legal requirement of the Act, they are a way that we can evidence that consideration has been given to the rights of children as part of our decision-making process. Currently, the guidance on the rights of a child assessments has still to be finalised, but that does not prevent us from working towards that by including a screening question in our full EPIA process to determine if there is a need for a child rights and wellbeing assessment to be carried out. The training will be developed for staff on child rights, and I've heard an offer of support from the champs to do that, as well as a self-assessment on our current compliance when guidance is available, and an improvement plan for the areas that are required to be progressed. This will require an element of staff resource and will be taken forward as soon as practically possible, and it's consistent with our commitment to equalities, for example, including the care experience as a protected characteristic within our EPIAs, and ensuring that we have evidence-based decision making. This is a report for noting. I'm happy to move the recommendations in the report, including to incorporate Councillor Murtaugh's amendment, recognising that the Unfairties initiative will be one of many that evolves from the statutory incorporation of the child rights. I cannot, however, support the amendment from Councillor Bundy. I do not believe this is a choice, nor does it fit with the culture that we wish to embed within the Council, irrespective of the challenges. In this case, it's around a staffing resource, and this will be progressed as soon as that is available to do so. I therefore move the recommendations as in the report, incorporating the amendment from Councillor Murtaugh. And a seconder.
Happy to second.
Thank you. We do have an amendment, therefore we will go into a debate. First of all, Councillor Murtaugh, are you content with that adoption?
Yes, I'm content with that adoption. I'll just contribute to the main debate. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll then go to Councillor Bundy to move the amendment.
Thank you, Convener. I understand that when you read this amendment, it sounds negative and looks negative, but that was not the intention behind the amendment. The intention behind the amendment was to highlight a concern that was discussed within the group and also with members of the public when they ask what is the point of equality poverty impact assessments, because you're making decisions as a council which are going against the reports being highlighted, and they are saying to us it is a waste of money, a waste of resources when you're just ignoring them. I think the point behind this amendment therefore was to allow for an opportunity to explain the point of equality poverty impact assessments, which is that it is to take into consideration, it's not a final point of view, and that by taking all this information collectively, we then come to a decision which is for the greater good, which is, and there can be disagreement about that, but it might go to contrary to some of the things in the report. So with that in mind and understanding that that motivation might not have come across in the text, I'm happy to withdraw the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Bundy, and I thank you for that explanation, because I think that helps significantly. Therefore, yes. Okay, we therefore have no amendment, and I will open up to the opposition to give explanation to why they would not wish to give something alternative.
Defer to Councillor Patterson.
Okay. I've got Councillor Patterson and Councillor Murtaugh.
Yeah, the Labour group didn't feel the need to come forward with any amendments. We're really encouraged to see that this work has been carried out and that is a focus and a priority for the council. I'm especially happy to see that the amendment by the Conservatives has been removed, as I think it obviously did not reflect against our values as a council. So just happy that it's going forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Murtaugh.
Thanks, Convener, and I suppose I did bring forward an amendment which has now been incorporated, so I appreciate that's not now needing to be moved, but I just want to maybe explain it a little bit given that context. And what my amendment said was basically that the Executive welcomes the progress being made towards incorporation of the Articles of the UNCRC in council processes. However, it notes the ongoing work required to enhance children's rights in meaningful ways where children and young people interact with all council services, and that Executive recognises the work of the Children's Parliament and their effort to make children's rights real, and encourages members to consider becoming an Unfairty, got my Unfairty badge, and learn more about these important campaigns. And part of that, is just what was said in questioning really is that, that there are so many areas where we can't quite pinpoint an exact process, in terms of whether it's the EPIA process, but children's rights still apply regardless. They still have that guarantee of us respecting what's in the articles of the NCRC, and that's now a legal requirement. So I think it's really important that we acknowledge that we do have work to do, and that there are areas which won't be captured in this sort of process, but it's really critical. And I have mentioned many times about within school rules and how schools are putting forward and how they decide their rules. It's not just a matter of consultation, as Mr. Reid was talking about, and making sure students are consulted. It's making sure that even within that, those rights are respected, and that the balance of that is there. So I just want to finish, Convener, to say that rather than I've put a link to the Unfairty and Children's Parliament website. But one thing I find really useful is just a quote on one of the other Unfairties said that before I became an Unfairty, I didn't feel like I could voice my concerns, but being an Unfairty helps my confidence, as I know there are other people who share my ideas. It makes me feel the courage I need to speak out for children, and I think that that's something that we should all aspire to. Thanks, Convener.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Murtagh. On that, are we content to agree?
Indeed.
Okay. That brings us to the end of our education section. And as I said, I was going to call a small short comfort break, but I'm very aware that there's been breaking news with regard to the Grangemouth refinery. And I was just maybe going to turn to either Kenneth or Malcolm just to give a short overview of what we know. It's not an opportunity for questions because I think there will be questions, but I don't think we're in a position to be able to answer them here today, but just so there's a position that people are aware of. Kenneth.
Yes, thank you, Convener. So I'm sure many of you are aware already that Petroleum have announced the closure of Scotland's only oil refinery at Grangemouth this morning, with the loss of 400 jobs. It's an unsurprising announcement, I think, given the initial announcement last November about the intention to close, but obviously a time of great concern for people in Grangemouth, and particularly those that work at Petroleum and in associated businesses. What I would say is that subsequent to that announcement a couple of hours ago, there has been an announcement from the UK and Scottish governments around a joint plan to secure the industrial future of Grangemouth. So members will be aware that we've been working for some time on the growth deal proposals for Falkirk and Grangemouth. The announcement of them was delayed as a result of the calling of the general election. Today's announcement says that the funding package will be increased from 80 to 100 million, with an additional 10 million from the UK and Scottish governments. And my understanding at this stage, and this, I've only just seen this information, but my understanding at this stage is that this additional 20 million will be about developing Project Willow and the transition of Grangemouth to support a net zero future. So we'll clearly update members further as soon as we've had a chance to look through this information, and we'll share something later today. But I just wanted to say that at this stage. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Kenneth. So I appreciate there will be questions, but we're not going to be in a position to give the answers here and now. So therefore, it's probably better waiting until there's further detail available. In the meantime, if we can take maybe a 10 to 15 minute break and come back no later than 22:01, and hopefully we'll be able to get through the rest of the agenda fairly swiftly. Thank you. Are we good to go? Okay, colleagues, if we can come back to order, please. Thank you for that. We will try and move swiftly through the rest of the agenda. If, however, it looks as if we're not going to be finished fairly swiftly, then I will look to maybe hold a lunch break. But it'll be with your guys' cooperation. Let's put it that way. Next item is occupational violence analysis and next steps, and there's an opportunity now to ask questions of officers. I'll ask if there are any questions. Councillor Spears.
Take it you're regarding the Petronius statement that you made earlier?
No, no. No, we're not in a position to take questions at this moment in time because the information is still emerging. We don't have all the detail in relation to that. We're on to item 8 of the agenda. We're aware of that, and again, we will provide members with an update as we have information. We're on item 8. Are there any questions to officers in relation to that item? Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, convener. I don't know who this is to, but do we know why the increase in violence has happened?
Yeah, I think there's probably multiple people that would be able to give a view on that, but I'll go to Mr. Moody first.
I think the first point I would make, convener, is what the report shows in its analysis is an increase in reporting of violence. So there's that point to make in that the new electronic system, which was introduced, made it much easier for members of staff to report incidents of violence. So the previous system was a paper-based system, which I think, having seen the results of the introduction of the electronic system, I think acted as a barrier to reporting violence. The other aspect highlighted in the report is that the introduction of the new system, at the same time, there was encouragement from the council as employer for members of staff to use it, and also, importantly, by trade union colleagues as well. And that's the right and proper thing to do, because it is important for an employer to know when there are such incidents taking place. The underlying question I think you have, though, is not in relation to reporting, but to the nature of what is reported. And that, I think, is the next stage of what we're trying to get underneath, and that's what's set out in the report. And that's the importance of the new categories which have been introduced following the discussions which took place in the working group with trade union representatives. And that's just try to get under about what is the violence that's involved. Is it what people might see traditionally as a violent incident, or is it something more likely to be dysregulated behaviour by typically younger pupils within schools? Because also, as the report makes clear, the great driver of the increase with the statistics of reporting has come from schools and largely from the primary or the additional support needs sector. So there are multiple layers, I think, to answer your question. So apologies if it's been a longer answer than you might have hoped.
Mr. Reid, do you wish to add anything from the school's perspective?
I think Mr. Moody has covered everything, and I think what will be really interesting is when the more in-depth reporting comes through, because what we're actually all incidents are not the same. And what we're doing at the moment is we're counting incidents. We're not counting the type of incidents. If I just give you an example, and just to back this up with some statistics, but the figures that have been reported for 23-24 so far, that 790 of the incidents came from primary, 369 of them were from our additional support needs settings, and that's primary and secondary, and 33 of them came from mainstream secondary schools. So I wouldn't want any conflation with what's been reported to a conclusion that there is prevalent issues with violence right across our right across our schools. That's not the case. There will always be one or two incidents, and what's important is how they're dealt with and the robustness by which they're dealt with. But we don't. In the media, you see things in the media. Oh, there's pupils running amok and teachers are being attacked, and they're unsafe to go to their work. So I wouldn't want that increase in reporting to be associated with what is in the general media, because that is not the picture across Falkirk schools. Yes, there will be one or two incidents that are, but I think when we break it down into the new reporting categories, we'll get the true picture of what is happening. And the actions that are there, certainly the Children's Services and the new monitoring group are on top of it, that if there are any patterns or support required, then that's the purpose of that monitoring group, to intervene and get the overall levels down.
Thanks, Mr. Reid. And no, your answer is very much appreciated, Colin. Leading on for that was probably my second question. Have we analysis of what these incidents are, or are they just classed as incidents at the moment?
They're just incidents at the moment, but so the new categories and the new way it's been recorded, it's not reported, but is about to or coming into operation. We'll break it down, because I think a lot of these, well, I don't know, but what I hear anecdotally is a lot of these are being in the primary sector. A lot of very young pupils showing distressed or dysregulated behaviour. So the number of incidents that involve restraint or seclusion or occupational violence, in terms of physical occupational violence or verbal violence, that's what's going to be captured in the new reporting guidelines. But I'm not aware if there are any serious incidents that occur within any of our schools, then they're reported in a different way, and they're reported to me immediately as soon as they happen. And the number of incidents and the types of incidents of that nature do not correlate in the slightest with the number of incidents that are being recorded on the She Assure system. But we can't obviously draw that conclusion until we get everything totally categorised.
Thank you. I will.
Mr. Moody just wants to come in and add to that.
I think it's helpful maybe just to draw members' attention to the new categories that are in Appendix 2 to the report. And you can see that the previous incident codings are fairly general in their terms, whereas the new ones will give much more information as to the nature of the incidents that are involved. And if I can just add that those are now in effect, they have been reported since the 1st of April. It's too early to say exactly what the impact of that will be in our understanding of the nature of the incidents that are taking place. I think it's better to have a longer period just to analyse and assess what those are.
Thank you very much, Colin. I'll not bring the instances up because it's questions only, but I will mention when we go into debate. So my next question is, out of the 1,817 incidents that happened in 23-24, a 520% increase, are we comfortable as an authority that these incidents are happening, or comfortable that they've happened, as in we recognise that these incidents have taken place? Some of them will be serious, some of them will be what you've described. Are we comfortable with that?
What I would say is we're comfortable that these are all, we've got no suggestion that anyone is making a report who shouldn't be making a report. So if there is a report being made on the system, then yes, that is an incident that's taking place. But the question is, what's the nature of the incident? And the figure referring to for 23-24 is for the full level of incidents. So that's incidents and violence and near misses. It's a lower number for the broader occupational violence category, and then for the subcategories that fall beneath that. But I think the key point is back again to understanding as an employer what the nature of the incidents are. It's not that the individual line managers won't know that just now. There will be individual line manager intervention if there is an incident reported at the moment. You'll have seen from the report as well, there will also now be recording of where there is a debrief after, so that we can be assured that that is happening in each case.
Okay, thank you very much. How many of our employees have been trained in using the EVATIX assurance system, or has everybody been trained on that?
I'm going to ask my colleague, Mr. Durrington, if he has some knowledge of the proportion of staff who've been trained. Maybe the better question is made aware or briefed on.
Thanks, Colin. We don't have a figure for the number of staff that have been trained on the use of the reporting system. What we have been doing over the last 4 years is providing information directly to our employees. That's been in multiple ways. That's been either by Viva Engage platform, news articles, cascading information from managers, and we've also been working extensively with our trade union colleagues on the reporting process so they can make sure their members are aware. We're actually about to start another round of work with the trade union colleagues to basically make sure that actually the representatives have got a really clear picture of it, as well as that, so they can make it for the render. So that's something we continue to do, and we've done since we implemented the system. The reporting link is available internally on our web pages, which we direct staff to very frequently. And the reporting process itself is quite straightforward. It is basically just an online form, and it's really just about selecting the type of incident and then following the prompts from there. So we do find sometimes we get asked and queried about it, and then again we're continually working with all of our employees and managers around the awareness of that and reporting it.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. With regards to that forum or in the system, how easy is it to navigate and fill in?
I think again, that's maybe one for Mr. Durrington.
We've not had any negative feedback, really. We've generally had positive feedback from most people around filling it in. It's literally a guided form. The advantage of designing the form is you can basically structure it to make it as easy as possible for people to fill out. So once they click it in, it is very much a case of going through the fields and answering the questions. So it's not, I wouldn't consider it a difficult form, but I'm a health and safety professional, so I'm maybe not the best judge of that. But equally, we've not had significant feedback from trade union colleagues or employees about it being difficult.
Right, thanks very much. I just think it's we keep on saying that we're want to help eradicate this. If we didn't, if people aren't aware, well, they're aware of it, but getting them to use it is it a problem, or are they comfortable with wanting their managers to fill it in?
It's my understanding that people are beginning to use it and becoming more comfortable in using it, and that's one of the reasons we've seen an increase in incidents, because there's been more of them being reported. But I don't know, Colin, whether you want to.
Yeah, and I think that's demonstrated just by the statistics set out in the report, and they are significantly higher than those reported under the paper system. So I think it's certainly an easier way to report than filling in the paper form was.
Yeah, I've got Karen who's wanting to come in.
Yeah, it was just to say, I mean, we've also got the HR help desk, which employees can contact, and they do that for any number of issues. So if they phone the help desk, they would get support via that help desk. But equally, Michael has worked with all of our trade unions, so they are well aware of the form, what it contains, how to fill it in. So any employee could approach their trade union rep as well if they didn't feel comfortable speaking to their line manager, or as I say, they could approach the HR help desk for some assistance there too. But we're not aware of anyone having difficulty filling it in.
Thanks very much. On page 92 of the report at 5.2, at the end, when it's non-school-based employees will be surveyed and gain a better understanding of their knowledge regarding how and what to report as workplace incidents. Is that going to be covered in the action plan? Because what one person feels offensive and somebody else isn't, is there going to be a set criteria, or will that be covered in the action plan?
I think the reason for the focus on the non-school-based employees at paragraph 5.2 is just a recognition that the driver in the increase in reports has come from the school estate at the moment. And that gives rise to the question of, is there under-reporting in other areas of the council workforce? So the example there might be around the health and social care partnership workforce, who on one view might face some of the same behaviours that are faced in schools, but the level of reporting is nowhere near the level as it is at school. So that's partly, I think, what underlies this suggestion that, or this commitment that there will be work surveying the non-schools workforce. A, do people sufficiently know about the system in the first place, which was one of your earlier questions, and B, understand what might be a reasonable threshold and category in which to report, so that there is some consistent reporting across the council workforce. So that's broadly what that part of the report is aimed at. It's not specifically referenced in the action plan, but it's an implicit aspect of it.
Right, thank you. And probably my last question is on page 94, 5.9. That paragraph about as part of a systematic approach to mitigating employees' exposure to occupational violence, a short life working group. Have we got anything like that in place at the moment, or will that just be taken forward with the action plan?
That's one of the actions in the action plan, is to take forward that specific kind of policy. It is something that might be done on a more ad hoc basis at the moment, but it's something that would place it on a much firmer policy basis.
Thank you very much for all your answers.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Hannah, Councillor Bundy and Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Convener. There's been a lot of emphasis here on the numbers. Now, I have asked a number of questions of officers, and I am fairly, while I'm concerned about the numbers, I'm fairly content that a large part of the reason is the increase in reporting rather than the increase in the incidences. And that is a good thing, and we need to be thankful for that. But in some respects, I'm less interested almost in the numbers and more interested in hearing a little more about, first and foremost, the support that staff are being given when they have reported an incident, and that this isn't just a tick box exercise. And secondly, what training and so on is being put into place, what systems are being put into place to try and prevent it from happening.
Okay, Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Convener. I'll attempt to answer those, but it may be helpful to hear from Mr. Reid as well, specifically on the school-based context of these. So firstly, around support, for me, that's something that flows naturally from normal line management arrangements, and every council employee has a line manager that they can raise issues with, and it will be the line manager's responsibility to ensure that that incident is looked at, that the appropriate support is given, and that any underlying issues are addressed. It's part of her basic duty as an employer. So I suppose there's a question for me too around, well, what's the assurance that we have that all of that is happening? I'm pleased that the system is updated to now record when that debrief has taken place with the employee making the report, and I think that will give us better assurance and understanding. But of course, where employees are concerned that if there was an inadequate, in their view, response by their line manager, there are processes and procedures available to employees to raise concerns. And there's also the important role of trade unions as well in raising any concerns by employees. And there are regular opportunities for discussion and communication between the council as a corporate employer and trade unions, which would allow, if any general issue like that was arising in a particular area of our workforce, to bring that to our attention. In relation to training, I think that's a key issue for me, and one to highlight is that if we're talking not so much just about the processes and the policies, important though those are, is the issue of actually skilling up employees where appropriate in relation to issues like de-escalation. Now, as the report sets out, that's happened principally within our school estate thus far, but one of the commitments in the action plan is to do a training needs analysis across the wider frontline workforce to see where that similar kind of training should be made available in the same way as it has been thus far within schools. But maybe at that point I can hand over to John to talk about the school-based response.
Thank you. And I think first and foremost, we welcome seeing these figures, and we will look keenly at the information and the way it's broken down with the new reporting categories and take the appropriate action. But I think from a school point of view, all schools across all sectors always have and still have very clear guidelines and systems and processes in place for staff to be able to report any incident that has taken place with a young person. That's always investigated according to the school policy. The context of the situation will be taken into account, the circumstances of the situation, the challenges the young person was facing, and it would always be investigated very quickly, because often if something happens one day, then it wouldn't be appropriate for that young person to move back into the member of staff's class the next day or 2 days later. So the action that's taken in schools is always very rapid to try and investigate what's happening. There would always be appropriate involvement of anyone that was appropriate to that young person. So parents, carers, educational psychology, additional support needs staff, whatever it is, they would all be involved in that investigation and feeding into it. And then there would always be feedback to the member of staff. There has to be feedback to the member of staff. So that's not acceptable. So here's the action that's been taken, or here's the reason why that's been taken. Here is the plan that we're now going to put in place to allow that young person to continue their education. So that has always existed. As Mr. Moody has indicated, previously it was a paper system that if something got to a level where it needed to be reported out with the school, then the member of staff would have to be encouraged or reminded to fill in the paper form. But now everybody has access to the information, and they don't have to have a discussion with their line manager about filling it in. They just click the link and they fill it in. And if there was something that was really serious that happened in a school and it involved a member of staff or not, then, as I said earlier, that would come into the centre via a serious incident form. Somebody would pick that up with the centre and would be making contact with the centre, the head teacher or the management of the school immediately to make sure that appropriate support or action was taking place. So we've always had systems in schools to deal with this now, and we could have gathered the statistics from those systems about what was being reported. And then interventions take place with different managers about is it particular classes, particular individuals, is it particular staff that require support? That's always been the case. And now we've got the welcome addition of the wider reporting. In terms of training, there's a piece of work, and it fits in with work that's going on in the council around trauma-informed practice, because what we're trying to do is work with staff to make them realise that when people are coming into schools, we may not be able to stop the behaviours that they're coming in with, but there are particular approaches and ways in which to deal with it. So that features in the service improvement plan, and it will feature in all school improvement plans to do work around that trauma-informed practice. And then there are universal and targeted approaches. For instance, already our education psychology team are in schools dealing with requests for training around de-escalation and around trauma-informed practice if they feel that's a particular issue in that context. So they've been taking action, having analysed their own situation. And what we're about to do is across the service make sure that all staff have access to the MABO training, as we refer it to. And there are really two aspects to that. One is just about how to de-escalate a situation, and the second one is just about physical interventions, which will be more appropriate within some of our ASN settings than they would be in mainstream settings. So the reporting and the systems are there, and the support and the training is also there as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Just one other issue. I'm very glad that there's going to be further investigation in terms of the non-school staff. But I'm aware that some of the reporting in schools has been stimulated by trade union involvement and the EIS and SSTA and so on, the trade unions that are active in schools, encouraging members to engage and engaging with officers. But I'm concerned that we take the same approach in relation to our other staff, looking at housing staff, social care staff, because so I'm glad that that's in there. And I wonder if you could say a bit more about what is being done to ensure that a similar level of interest and understanding in the new processes is being taken across our housing, our health and social care staff, and so on.
Mr. Moody.
So there are the actions I think that Mr. Durrington has already described in trying to raise general awareness just through the usual channels within the council. I think the focused piece of work referred to in the report of trying to survey non-council staff about their level of awareness and their level of sense of the appropriateness of reporting in certain situations will take us a step further on that and maybe identify where some further targeted work is needed.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. I have Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Convener. I was just wondering if the data that we currently have could be used to identify any repeat offenders, particularly within the classroom.
Mr. Reid.
Yes, it will be, and there are two aspects to this. There are the systems and the analysis of those systems and support that already takes place in schools, and that's picked up on a regular basis and actioned by appropriate line managers and staff within the school to put particular plans in place to keep staff safe and also to make sure that a young person has got the appropriate support to be able to access their education. So that's already happening. The purpose of establishing a Children's Services Monitoring Group in its formal sense is to identify just that. Are there what's being reported, what schools are reporting it, how are the investigations being managed, is it particular pupils, is it particular staff, so what's the action that's required around that? And it's about going back to the head teachers of those establishments to make sure that they're taking action to sort that out, and if they're not, then what support do they need in order to sort that out? All of that's in addition to the systems we've currently got at the moment with the serious incident forms, and I've referred to them several times because they're important, where there is immediate action taken between the centre and the head teacher to make sure everything is in order and everything's okay. But that's the exact purpose of that group, and that's hopefully that satisfied that question.
Thank you for answering that question. The reason that has been given, knowing that there's multiple factors, but the main factor that has been attributed to this rise has just been the improvement of reporting. So does that mean it is the opinion of officers that these figures are just reporting what's always been happening?
Ollie.
I think that will become clearer when we have a fuller year's data or a full year's data on the new reporting categories to get a clearer sense of what exactly lies underneath the bald statistic of the rise in reports of violence. I think we better need to understand what that is before we could, I think, reasonably answer that question.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bundy. Councillor Patterson.
Thanks, Convener. I'm actually completely satisfied. I think everything that I would have queried has been answered, and I'm really encouraged by all the work that Education and Health and Safety are doing. I commend what they're doing, encouraging better reporting so that we can support our staff and young people better. So yeah, absolutely satisfied here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson and Councillor Redmond.
Just a couple of questions. Page 92, the short life working group. Who would you envisage sort of would be on that? Would it, obviously you mentioned there'll be trade union kind of representation, but have we got any idea who else would be on it?
That's a short life working group that has already formed. I don't know, Michael, would you be able just to give a broad sense of who was on the short life working group?
Yeah, so the Short Life Working Group, it reports into the Council's Safety Management Group, which functions as the Council's Health and Safety Committee under the Health and Safety Regulations, and the membership is basically representatives from that group. So it comprises trade union reps, service reps, and myself, and actually we're looking at including some people who have better in-depth knowledge of issues from social work and other areas where we can sort of pull some more expert knowledge in.
Thanks. And then just sort of expanding on that, that's a good answer, but expanding on that a bit, obviously, you know, we're focusing a lot on education, but I think it's important to make sure that there is the, obviously, like you said, social work, housing as well, if they get represent, or if not a representative, a way to feed into this process, so that we know, obviously, what they're facing within their line of work. On the sort of housing side, well, a lot of it's maybe subcontractor now as well. So is the reporting mechanism, is that open to subcontractors as well who are maybe working in Falkirk Council properties?
That's a two-parter. So I think the first part of the question around access for housing is TC and CS, which is the housing service. They're represented on this Safety Management Group, and I also attend regular service management team meetings with that, so there is that connection there. And certainly if it's always open for more engagement and more review should it need to arise. We do have times where things get reported by subcontractors by the system, so that has happened in the past, so that is accessible. Yeah, it's sometimes a slightly more circuitous route because it comes through a contact within the service, but we have had incidents that have been reported by subcontractors. But it depends on the relationship in terms of the work being carried out.
It's ideal. The next question I was going to ask was just a kind of point of clarification. Obviously on page 96, we've got the table and it's got incident, violence, near miss, and the violence is higher than the incident. So what would be an incident and what would be violence?
So for violence, we use the HSE definition, which is basically someone's been abused, assaulted, threatened in relation to their work. An incident is, we've got the subcategories for that. So it can be things like cut by machinery, collapsing objects, slip, trip and fall. So manual handling type things. So other work, we've also changed some of the top line categories as well to make it a little bit more apparent around incidents, around what can be reported. But yeah, so basically within incident form, there's a lot of there's about 17 subcategories of incident, I think, off the top of my head, that include things like motor vehicle incident and things like that.
So, all right, that makes more sense now, thank you. My last sort of question was, obviously, we've had reported that, you know, it's a certain amount, it's in education. And one of the things I was getting, because, you know, we're kind of focusing very much on the people who's abusing the teachers, but would any of these numbers be potentially other staff members, maybe some small incidents of bullying or violence between staff members? Is it all purely pupil and teacher violence?
It tends to be employee and member of the public. So whether that's a pupil, a service user in social care, or someone that's come into our one of our buildings to access sort of community-based services or things like that, that tends to be the main thing. I think I couldn't speak exactly, but there are a lot of different ways people can deal with things. So generally, if it was employee to employee related, there's other HR processes which are probably likely to be engaged rather than an incident report potentially.
No, that's fine, thanks. And then just my last question would be, obviously, injury. What would injury range from? Like, how serious could injury go up to before? Because I think Mr. Reid had mentioned that if it was a really serious thing, it would be recorded sort of differently. So what would an injury range from and up to?
So injuries categories we have available for any incident in the system. So we've got no injury. So people can report an incident where there's no injury involved, and there's a level of that we've done. We've provided figures around for these types of incidents, and then categorization can go everything up from scratching, bruising, contusion to a fatality, basically. So when we talk about injuries within the system, there is basically a drop-down list of all the different types of injuries we might come across for all the different types of incidents, and we have to spec that out based on our reporting requirements for the health and safety executive and things. So that list covers everything from there wasn't an injury to someone died.
Right. All right. Thanks. That clears that up. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, folks. If there are no further questions, I've got a question, Colin, before I go to moving the actual report. The Labour Group has put forward an amendment which I'm not against, and I'm happy to incorporate, and I'm not going to go into the trenches on it in relation to the report coming back, and it's about where it comes back to.
Thank you, Convener. And the focus of the question, I think, is that the Labour Group amendment calls for a report to come back to the executive. And I think, in my view, the better place for it to come back to would be the Scrutiny Committee. And the new standing order strengthened the role of the Scrutiny Committee, and I think attempt to make clear that one of the purposes of the Scrutiny Committee is to look and see what the outcomes are of actions taken by officers and decisions of committees. And I think if we're looking a year hence on what the outcome is of this action plan, then that would fall, I think, more naturally in the Scrutiny Committee's remit than that of the executive.
Okay, thank you. I'll address that within the report movement. I'm happy to move the recommendations in the report with the proposal from the Labour Group. I would certainly see that it would be more appropriate to come back to the Scrutiny Committee, but I will leave that for Councillor Hannah and her group to take a view on. It is reasonable to have a report back and see the measures proposed are having the intended effect, and should there be any policy change requirements, then obviously that would have to come back to this group anyway, and all members would get the opportunity to see the scrutiny papers and have members there to participate. Although the reports we're noting, it's a significant report and deals with an issue that is important for all our employees. It's an issue that the council as an employer needs to take very seriously, and we as councillors need assurance that the necessary actions are being taken. And that also reflects on the division of responsibilities between the elected members and what our officers need to be taken through the services. The report provides helpful information and analysis setting out why the headline reporting figures have increased so significantly. It's clear much of this is due to the new reporting system and employees being encouraged to use the system. As the report makes clear, the reports from employees in schools are the main driver of the increase in reporting. It's also important to note that a number of these incidents are within the primary sector and can arise from physical dysregulation or distressed behaviour. And it's not to minimise the impact of that and on the staff involved in dealing with such behaviour, but it's important that the bold statistics do not leave the inaccurate impression of the intentional violence of pupils, particularly older pupils across the school estate. I welcome the work done by the Short Life Working Group in producing new categories for the recording. These should help better understand the nature of the incidents reported, which in turn should allow us to address the issues and reduce the risks to all of our employees. I also welcome the trade unions' involvement in all of this. Welcome the action plan, Appendix 3, particularly the commitment to the training needs analysis for the de-escalation, which I think is really helpful, that all members of staff should be involved in, and conflict management, particularly for the frontline employees. And I note that the training's already started within education, and particularly with ASN. I therefore move the report with the addendum of the Labour amendment. I seek a seconder for that.
Sorry, Convener. Happy to formally second.
Okay, thank you. We do have an amendment from Councillor Bundy, but I would maybe just go to Councillor Hannan first, just for comment in relation to hers, and then ask Councillor Bundy to move his.
Thank you, Convener. In the light of Mr Moody's advice regarding the standing orders position, we agree that it can be taken to the scrutiny committee rather than the executive. But obviously, if there are issues of broader interest, they should be brought to the executive in the future. It's a matter that we need to keep under considerable scrutiny.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll now go to Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Convener. And if our amendment is accepted, I don't know if there is a way to incorporate Labour's amendment into our amendment as well, because we totally agree with the idea of annual reporting. The reason why we put forward this amendment is to add on the work that officers have done. We agree with everything that is in this report, and I believe that it's good that there's going to be further improvements in incident reporting, training for de-escalation, conflict management, and processes to withdraw services or change the delivery model to individuals who pose a credible risk of occupational violence to employees. So we agree with all of that. But when I have been speaking to teachers, parking attendants, bin delivery collectors, they have all said that they have felt that there's been a change in the culture within the last 4 or 5 years. COVID pandemic is what they say to summarise that change of in that period of change of culture began. And it can be from parking attendants facing assault when they're putting a ticket onto a car. It can be bin lorry drivers being assaulted if they refuse to pick up a bin because there's a wrong item in it. And sadly to say, it can be a rise of deliberate violent attacks targeted at a particular teacher. And I do have examples of incidents such as them, which I can give offline. I don't want to give any names away about what has happened in those particular incidents. And yeah, it's worrying. These people are so scared and worried to go to their work. They feel that they are going to be verbally or even worse, physically attacked and injured for doing what they're paid to do. And I think none of us want to be in that position. And that is why our amendment, particularly point 5, asks for a further report to come back about what has happened to the culture, because it's good having all the training, all the de-escalation and management and withdrawing services when it reaches that stage. But if we don't get to the root cause of the problem, I fear that these numbers are not going to start going down. And it's good that it's being recognised that the scale of the incidents is increasing, because it's recognising that these things are happening. But if the explanation is it's because the incident reporting has improved, then that means those incidents have been happening all the time and they're just catching up now. And I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think it's good enough. And I want to start driving that number down. I know it's probably going to be impossible to get to 0, but it'd be good to start going down. And that is the motivation behind this amendment. Just try and get the incidents down by understanding the root causes and making all members of staff feel safer when they go to the place of work.
Thank you, Councillor Bundy. A seconder?
Have to second the right to reply.
Okay, thank you. I will now open it up for debate for any contributions from members. No. Billy Kerr, then Councillor Hannah.
Thanks, convener. Leading on for Councillor Bundy, I really hope that the council understands, and I think they do, how serious this is. I've reported at a previous committee about 2 employees in education who are wives of friends of mine who have both been seriously injured physically and to a bigger effect mentally while working. As I reported previously, one was hit by an iron bar at school. So I'm glad that going forward, Mr. Reid has got a serious incident report come straight to the centre, because I think that's a big factor. Because no, all the incidents are small scratches. So if we've got something in place that identifies a serious matter that gets dealt with, and probably in everybody's opinion, it's unacceptable. Both these people stated to me that they fear for their life going to their work. That's unacceptable. That's the words they says to me. We fear for our life because we know the perpetrator will do everything they can to kill them, which is horrific to even listen to, never mind to be in that position. These are only 2 people that I know personally. I would expect there'd be more, but I don't know. One of the people who reported it and was reporting it to the police, and this wasn't for Mr. Reid, do you know this previously? She told me this yesterday. She was told to go off site, use her own phone to report it to the police. That's unacceptable. If we need to support our staff, we need to accept that there has been a problem and that these incidents have taken place and that there are victims behind these incidents. We need to find out and understand how these incidents have happened and how we can stop them, and hopefully the audit will do that, and how we manage it and report it in the future. And I'm sure that everybody that's here doesn't want any of their staff, friends going to work and feeling that they will be in danger when they go to work. And I know everybody feels that way. So I hope that, as Councillor Bundy says, we will not be able to reduce it to 0, but understanding and trying to reduce it gradually is a step in the right direction. Thank you very much, convener. Thanks to the committee.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kerr. I'm going to go to Councillor Murtagh and then I'm going to go to the vote. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon, Councillor Hannah. I'll let you speak first, then Councillor Murtagh.
Thank you, convener. I put my microphone off so that we're not getting feedback. I just wanted to say briefly that while I agree with some of the sentiments in Councillor Bundy's amendment, I am a bit concerned about the content of it. It assumes that there is actually a rise in incidents, and I'm not convinced that we have the evidence that tells us that there has been a rise in actual incidents. It talks about a recent rise in violence, and a change in culture in schools. It also refers to culture generally, and some of the things he has said is about the culture in our society. And while I have a huge amount of respect and faith in our officers in terms of the impact they can have within their sphere of influence, changing the culture that is generally pervading through society, I think is a little beyond their ability. It also says things like, note the action plan does not seek to reduce the violence. Now, I think all the things that are in the report suggest that there are actions that are going to be taken, more recording, more reporting, more training, more support. That's throughout the report. So while I do actually agree with some of the sentiments in this amendment, I don't feel that I can support it as it stands at the moment. But I do think it's important that we get the regular reports coming back and that we are assured that this matter is being kept under constant review.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, convener. And I would agree with much of what Councillor Hannah has just said. And incidentally, just on the microphone point, it's actually really helping the quality of the sound remotely to have the microphones off when other people are speaking. So thank you for that. Yeah, I'm concerned about some of the language within the amendment that the Conservatives have put forward, and won't be supporting it. I think, though, that it was touched on about the importance of culture, and well, Councillor Hannah's quite right. We cannot be responsible for changing the culture out there that's pervasive in society. We can certainly do what we can to condemn poor behaviour and to give a signal that there is absolutely zero tolerance and zero excuse for being either verbally or physically abusive to any member of the public, but certainly to any member of our staff, be they a refuse worker, be they in a school, be they in an office. There is absolutely zero tolerance from any of us towards that, and I'm glad to see the processes that we are improving and that the commitment to continue to review that. But I think culture, we talked about it a little with respect to ourselves, with respect to elected members in the last field council. And it isn't just our frontline staff out there that deserve that. Our officers and our senior officers also are entitled to that, and are entitled to the respect and those signalling. So I find it very difficult when members of Parliament, indeed Conservative members of Parliament, whip up a frenzy to pick out members of our officer corps and to try to cast aspersions about their conduct and internal business, and even to the stage of what they're earning and what their political affiliations might be. That sort of conduct doesn't embody the respect that is deserved of our senior officers, and it gives a wrong signal to the public that is acceptable. And whether it's the intentions or not, I think that it's really important that we do call it out when it happens, and I was very disappointed to have seen that recently, well, last year. So I think it's really important that we just take a moment to pause about what's being put forward. And although there are very serious issues here, I wanted to make that point this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murtagh. Right, we will now go to the vote.
Thank you, Convener. And the motion consists of the recommendations moved by you and seconded by Councillor Bowes, accepting also the amendment from the Labour Group as adjusted to replace the reference to the Executive with the Scrutiny Committee, against which we have the amendment moved by Councillor Bundy and seconded by Bailey Kerr. Councillor Meikle-John.
For the motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Bundy.
Amendment.
Councillor Deacon.
The motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Motion.
Bailey Kerr.
Amendment.
Councillor Murtagh.
The motion.
Councillor Patterson.
The motion.
Councillor Redmond.
Motion.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
And I think Councillor Spears isn't in the room. There have been 10 votes for the motion, 2 votes for the amendment. The motion is carried.
Okay, thank you for that. We are now at 20 minutes to 2. I'm aware that, that we haven't had a lunch break. I'm going to be in people's hands in relation to that. I would say that I, along with Kenneth and Malcolm, have to leave to attend a meeting very shortly, considering the most recent announcements. And I'm going to suggest that Councillor Sinclair take the chair if people are comfortable with that. But it's whether or not you would wish a lunch break just now, being mindful that officers have not had any lunch or anything either. I would only propose a half-hour lunch break.
Convener, can I suggest that I know there's no amendments in for the last 3, and hopefully they should be relatively quick, and it might be worth if everybody else is interested. And okay, if you go swap yourself with Councillor Sinclair, that's fine. But I think we could probably move on and get the 3 of them done relatively quickly.
I think there may be a number of questions around the Eco4.
Okay.
That's the only thing. But I'm in members' hands.
I apologise. I'm checking with Councillor Patterson because I'm aware of her childcare responsibilities.
Whilst I
I can
appreciate,
go either way.
I do appreciate your nod to the equalities issues around the table, but obviously happy to go with the group and get through business as quickly as possible. And if that means people need to have their bellies filled, then we can do it.
Okay, I have to be fair to everybody, and there's people been here since early this morning. So I think if there's a short lunch break, then that would be preferable. So if everybody can be back sharp for 2:15, sorry.
Colleagues, if I can bring everybody back to order, please. Thank you very much. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you very much. So we're about to move into item 9, which is review of taxi fare scales and other charges. Initially, I will open it up for any questions to officers. If anybody has any questions at all on this paper. I don't know. Councillor Bailey-Kerr.
Just a quick one, convener. What was the uptake on last year regarding the amount of people who worked it? Because last year was the first year we increased it to, I think it was £6 for Christmas Day. Do we know what the uptake was for people working?
We wouldn't know the precise figures or that, or it'd be only any feedback that we obtain through the taxi forum, because they're all individual operators doing it, and it's up to them whether they work it or not.
Okay, because the worry last year was that somebody getting in the high flats come to town, like £6. Where I just wondered how it impacted on them. That was all I was asking for. But if we didn't know, we didn't know. No other questions.
Okay. Thanks, Bailey-Kerr. Anybody else? Any other questions at all? No. In that case, I'll move to Councillor Devine to introduce the report.
Thank you, convener. I'm going to keep this short and sweet. I just wanted to pass on my thanks to Mr. Douglas and the rest of the team for bringing together the report and for the continued work behind the scenes for this. And thanks goes out to the Taxi Forum for bringing some of this forward, and for those who took the time to respond to the review process. This report concludes the annual review of the taxi fare scales and charges. It includes responses received from the trade following the public consultation over the summer on the proposal agreed by the executive that there will be no change to the taxi tariff this year. The responses range from agreed with no change to suggestions to reverse the Christmas tariff. I agree with the officer's assessment of the responses, and I'm happy to move the recommendation that the tariff remains the same. And I'm happy to try and get some feedback for you, Bailey-Kerr, from the Taxi Forum regarding your question. Thanks, convener.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Seconder, Councillor Garner.
Thanks, convener. Yeah, happy to second.
Thank you. So there are no amendments in, which means there is no debate to this item. However, I will open it out to opposition members to see if there's anything that they'd like to say in relation to there being no amendment.
Nothing to say.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah.
Nothing for me.
Thank you, Bailey-Kerr. So if we are all agreed on this report?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Moving swiftly on to item number
Convener,
10. Bailey-Kerr.
If it goes as easy as that, you maybe got a new place in the.
Oh, I think we'll wait to see how the rest of these reports go, Bailey-Kerr. Thank you. So moving on to item number 10. This is the Eco4 Flex and GBIS update. If we'll open it up for questions at first, if anybody has any questions on this at all. Bailey-Kerr.
Thanks, convener. Do we know how is this directed at you, Paul? Do we know how many homes this will affect? Or who can apply for it? How many homes will be able to apply for this funding? Because this is no council tenants. This is private owned tenants.
We don't have an analysis of exactly how many homes it would be, but as you point out, it does cover a whole range of people, and it depends on their income levels and their status in terms of benefits and things like that. But it is obviously a much wider span than just council tenants. I can certainly speak to the team and see if they have a kind of impact assessment as to how many homes that could affect. The key thing will be is how many people apply, and our intention is to obviously through pretty proactive marketing try to get as many people as possible to come forward, because this is a huge impact, but the programme does only last for another year.
Probably leading on for that question regarding the people who can apply. It's my understanding that there are different levels of people who can apply. This doesn't mean people on benefits or so. Do you know how many different status of that people can apply?
I don't have a breakdown of that. Again, apologies, convener, apologies, Bailey Kerr, but we can certainly get that information if it is available.
Yeah, thank you. He says that it was a time frame, and it's just the scheme would go up to the 31st of March in the report 2026. Is there any information that could be extended? Because I know there was a meeting yesterday, the day before, regarding companies that were when the Scottish Government might extend it.
Convener, our understanding is that those discussions are ongoing, and obviously we've had now the GBIS Flex added to the Eco and the Eco4 Flex. So we're expecting that beyond March 2026 there will be either extensions of the scheme or similar schemes will be in place.
Okay. And page 125 on 6.1, when we talk about if the council was to take this on board themselves at a cost of 48,000 to 53,000 a year. Grade H, how do we get to that assumption that it would need to be a Grade H post?
Convener, we've used kind of benchmarking with other authorities and also with our own pay structures as to where that post would sit. It would be an officer level post, and that would be a general officer post, and that would be around about Grade H.
And would that be one employee?
Certainly we've costed it up as one FTE, but that could be taken up by two people working 0.5. What I would say is that that's the minimum cost to the council if it was one person, but we do know that if we were taking it on ourselves there would be input from other colleagues to support that person, holidays and things like that, hence why we've chosen to go down the route of managing externally.
Probably the last question, convener. If the council did take it in-house, how much extra money would that generate for the council?
It wouldn't generate any more. We actually think that by going to externally, the agents will be more aggressive because they're incentivised to actually get as many through as possible. So we actually think that the bigger impact will be through going through an external model, but we don't have anything concrete to suggest that would be the case, but our gut feeling is that's what it would be.
So we're saying that it would be 75 and £150. Would that be so the external company would get that money? So if it was in the council's hand, would the council get that money?
The current mechanism is that we wouldn't get that because we wouldn't be making the referral, we'd be running the scheme, we would be that agent. Now we could go down the route of charging contractors that fee to try and recoup some of the cost.
Yeah.
We've modelled it on the basis though it's if you put it out externally, they will be more proactive. Tell us we could do a certain amount, but we're not incentivised to maximise that. short answer is yes, we could get some of that money and that would offset the £48,000 to £53,000. Would that cover us all our costs? The answer is no. We don't know what proportion that would be, but by going externally, we have no cost.
Probably my last question. At the end of it, when it's an external agent, do we still have somebody to sign it off?
So all the proposals, so the contractor visits the home, they spec it up, they get the cost, it comes back in through the managing agent. We are still responsible for signing off that's appropriate. We also still have to, through the agent, ensure we have processes in place to check that people are eligible.
Yeah.
Because clearly we have that remit.
Any money for that?
There is no money for that, unfortunately.
Thank you, Bailey Kerr, for your questions. Moving still on questions to officers. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. My question is, will this be open to everybody? And if not, I know I brought it forward some time ago, as other councils have it up and running at present. And there is companies locally who are keen to get on board. And this will be great for a lot of our pensioners and older people, especially people that have got their own house but don't ever qualify for anything. They'll be able to qualify because their heating bills are enormous and they get no benefit as we go into a summer where the heating allowance has been cut. Can you tell me a rough list of all the people who qualify, because people are listening and want to know, so they can then apply?
Apologies, I wouldn't have that, but I'm going to ask my colleague Claire Gibson, who leads the team on delivery of the EcoFlex.
Claire, if you're able to come in.
Thank you, convener, and thank you, Councillor Spears, for the question. Yeah, it's a very good question. In terms of eligibility for the scheme for those householders, the statement of intent that we would publish following agreement that we do Eco4 Flex and GBIS Flex states that eligibility. So there are 3 routes to qualification. So it would potentially be that that householder earns under £31,000 per year. There are other qualification routes in terms of if that householder falls under one of the health categories, so that would be a cardiovascular, respiratory or immunosuppressed condition, then they could qualify for that. So those conditions that people have, a cold home is likely to exacerbate those health conditions, and they could qualify through that route on the provision that a GP note would be submitted to qualify that eligibility criteria. So the statement of intent sets out that eligibility, and the householder can then be referred through that scheme to apply. I just want to highlight as well, regardless of whether a household is eligible, it doesn't guarantee that they will get on that scheme. That final decision lies with the energy company. This is an energy company obligation scheme funded by the big 4 energy companies, and that final decision will sit with them on if the householders do get the funding.
Thanks, Claire.
So once again, we don't have overall eligibility, which will subject us to the usual replies to these companies on social media and advertising that we get no benefit at all, but we can only attain net zero if we have everybody insulated, not just people who can't afford it.
Mr. Kettrick,
what I would say is it's certainly a huge step in the right direction for Falkirk Council, looking to promote EcoFlex and GBIS Flex. So, whilst I do take the point that everybody needs to do their bit, the support is there for a much broader range than there ever has been, and we're happy to help contribute to that.
Thank you, Mr. Kettrick.
Well, baby steps are always the first steps, and hopefully we can expand it as we realise.
Have you got another question to ask, or is that yours?
Yeah. Are we going to expand it?
Mr. Kettrick.
If you allow me to finish, I would finish the question.
Well,
Save you
I mean, brevity is the point in these sessions.
Convener,
don't bullet point everything.
Convener, the reliance is on that external funding that's being provided. These are national schemes that we're signing up for, and we would hope that they do get expanded in the future. But at this stage, there is no intention for the council to separately do some sort of unilateral scheme. We feel that the schemes that are in place provide that that framework and also the higher levels of funding that can be supported to as many households as possible.
Thank you. Any further questions, Councillor Spears? Is that you? Thank you. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Convener. I mean, the restrictions on who can and can't get it are there, and we have to live with that. Are we going to be putting information onto the council's website and actually positively encouraging people to identify themselves as potential beneficiaries of this? Because I think, although it is only going to impact a small number of people or people in certain circumstances, we need to make sure that we get all the people in those circumstances signed up for it.
Mr. Kettering.
Convener, the short answer is yes. There'll be information on the council's website. We're also working with partners, whether that's Citizens Advice Bureau, local charity groups who deal with fuel poverty and things like that. We're really keen to spread the message as far as we can, and I would hope that elected members would also be encouraging their constituents when they come in where they are raising issues to direct them towards your information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. If there are no more questions to officers from members, I'll go to Councillor Deakin to introduce and move the report.
Thank you very much, Convener, and thank you to Paul, Claire, Chloe and the rest of the team for this report and the investigations that have been done thus far. I have made it clear from the outset I have had my reservations, as no one wishes to see a resident be scammed by bogus companies. Thankfully, when this last came forward, and even now, I'm a lot more confident in this proposal and the measures that are in place to prevent this issue. Eco4, Eco4 Flex and GBIS are all seek to tackle fuel poverty, tackle climate change, just at different levels and approaches. They're about opening up assistance and support and opportunities to residents in gaining access to funding and support in a green transition. Not only will this allow residents to reduce consumption and emissions, but can also help reduce the energy bills. The funding available can assist residents through various means, including installation of smart heating systems all the way up to solar panels and air source heat pumps. The report before us sets out two options considered, and looking at the pros and cons of both options, the proposal for usage of management company that already does the job and is established seems the best option, best value for money and best for our residents. With this, I formally move the report and ask members to agree to the two recommendations put forward in this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Deakin. And a seconder, Councillor Wright.
Happy to formally second, Convener.
Thank you. Now, there are no amendments in on this report, which means there's no debate, but I don't know if any opposition member would like to make any statement as to why there's no amendments.
I have nothing to add.
Thank you. No. Okay. So are we agreed on the report?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up, agenda item 11, which is the sale of land at Broad Street, Denny. Now, we will open it up for questions to officers in the first instance. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. I have had a request from Deputy Leader of the Northern Line Independent Group to ask some questions. Question 1. I will bullet point out in this instance. I don't see any issue with the land being declared surplus. 2. The real issue with selling the land to Mr. McKay, but as far as I am aware, Mr. McKay is not proposing to develop this land himself. Why is he the potential purchaser of this council land?
Can I stop you there and ask officers to answer that question first, Councillor Spears? Would that be okay?
Mr. McKay is and his agent are doing the site assembly and obviously have
an agreement to be put in place with Cruden Homes Limited. The council is not in a position to assemble the whole site for us to be able to develop it on our own, hence why there is that partnership approach to the delivery of the site.
Can I ask then, why is Cruden's buying the land?
That would be a decision for Mr Mackay and Crudens to determine how they've structured their agreement.
Okay, question 3. As far as I can understand, Mr Mackay owns adjacent land which he intends disposal of along with the council-owned land to Cruden's Homes Limited, who will then develop the whole site. Why hasn't Cruden Homes itself approached the council to purchase the land? Question already asked. They are identified as the potential developer of 242 residential units across the site. What are the reasons for this strategy of purchasing the council land?
Mr Kettrick.
Convener, I'm not in the mind of the land directors at Cruden Homes or Mr Mackay. The deal that was brought to us was one where there is a back-to-back arrangement with Mr Mackay and Cruden Homes. So the intention is, and as it's set out in the report, is it is back-to-back by its very nature. This is not uncommon in terms of land assembly. Sometimes you have intermediaries who own land or are agents who assemble sites and then bring in developers, home builders to do the actual building on site. So this type of arrangement is not uncommon.
Okay, question 4. Is disposal of the land at risk, giving the planning permission question?
Yes, in terms of the agreement, it is subject to all necessary statutory consents, including planning permission for the wider development being obtained.
So we might be willing to sell the land but not give planning permission for it?
The planning process is completely separate to the disposal process, and as we've highlighted in the report, the safeguard is there is that the land is subject to the disposal actually being the development obtaining all its necessary statutory consents.
Okay, when will the funds from the land disposal become available to the council?
It'll become available upon the conclusion of the planning process and all the statutory consents, and then there will be a date where actually the funds are due to be paid to the council, which is generally within 28 days from the last suspensive condition being purified.
So this is entirely dependent on the council awarding planning approval before it receives £650,000 pounds. Does no one see how questionable this is? The idea that the council would refuse planning, knowing that it would threaten a substantial cash injection to itself.
Convener, I'm at pains to point out the land disposal process and the statutory process for planning are two completely separate processes. They should not be intertwined. However, as part of our diligence and reporting, transparently to elected members, we have to advise of the conditions. The Planning Committee act as, or Development Management Committee act as, to implement the council's planning policies. They should not be swayed whether or not the council has a disposal interest or a land interest in the asset. That wouldn't be appropriate, because then in fact you would be prejudicing other landowners if that was deemed to be the approach, and that's something for the planning committee purely. It is not part of the land disposal process.
So as an executive, what we should be doing is deciding here is only that we are willing to sell the 4 pieces of land on the open market. We should not be entering into any potential sale of council land, which is entirely dependent on the council, us, granting planning permission.
These pieces of land, if we were to sell them on the open market without that marriage value to the other dominant landowner on the site, we would not obtain any value near where we are. And indeed, I would question actually if we would be able to dispose of them separately.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spears. Anybody else got any questions for officers? Really, Kerr?
Just a couple, Convener. The point that Councillor Spears just brought up there, is exactly why I asked the question at the very start of the meeting, when we've been on the planning, and that's exactly the reason I asked. And I was happy with Mr. Moody's summary at the very start. But my question is there in the negotiations any other uplifts on when the sale of land is done and plan is given, or is it just the 653,900?
It's a straight disposal subject to the suspensive conditions associated with planning.
Right. And a question probably like known for Councillor Spears. You highlighted that we wouldn't get as much for the land if we marketed it ourselves. If we went and got planning permission on it as a local authority and marketed it, would we make considerably more money?
As you'll maybe note from the appendix that shows the layout, we would be unable to develop that land by itself. It needs to form part of that wider development. So for us to go off and get planning permission by ourselves for our land, we probably wouldn't get that, because there isn't a development parcel there that would accommodate that wider development. And in terms of price, what I would say is the price does reflect the assumption that planning permission will be obtained for the scheme as it sets out. So it does already reflect that.
Yeah, I understand that. But I see the points made by Councillor Spears and Councillor McCabe, where if you're selling a bit of land with planning on it, you get a hell of a lot more money than you do for it being grazing land. That's all the questions.
Thank you, Billy Kerr. I don't know, Mr.
Convener,
Patrick.
do you want me to come back on
if
that?
you
I do agree. I mean, if we're doing our own land, and you'll know from our other disposals, we have put planning briefs, obtained planning permission before we dispose of them. This one is slightly different, as will others be, I'm sure, going forward, where we don't own all the land, and therefore you're relying on another process to be taking place in terms of planning permission. But our values always reflect the assumption that planning permission will be obtained based on the reasonable conditions that are likely to be imposed.
Thank you, Mr. Ketrick. If there are no Councillor Spears?
Question on my own behalf this time. Will there be ransom strips on this piece, the access to this land?
The valuation of the land reflects the nature of the two ownerships and any uplift associated with the access arrangements. What I would say in terms of if anybody knows ransom strips, Stokes v Cambridge, this is not a single ransom strip situation. There was alternative accesses into the site and parts of the site. So that's why it's been taken as a single development opportunity.
So we've made a decision on that already. Was it the planning department that made that decision on access?
Planning do not make decisions in terms of ransom strips. My chartered surveyors, my chartered valuation surveyors do the evaluation of that. There is a scheme that is currently at the planning stages, and that layout was what was used to determine the value of the land. And that reflects access arrangements that are proposed and things like that.
Thank you, Mr. Ketrick. All your questions? Thank you. Anybody, any other questions for officers? No. Okay, in that case, I'll move into the introduction of the report. So, Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Convener, and thanks to Mr. Ketrick for answering those questions and for answering some of my questions prior to this as well. This proposed land sale would have agreed to a capital receipt of £653,900 plus surveyor and legal costs. This substantial capital sum could support the General Services Capital Programme. The proposed development will create a significant number of new homes and, very importantly, much needed affordable housing in the Denny area. The land in question, situated east of east of Winchester Avenue Industrial Estate and adjacent to the A83 has historically been used as farmland. The land for sale is 4 areas amounting to just over 5 acres. The site is part of a mixed-use allocation under LDP 2 and forms part of the Denny Southeast Strategic Growth Area. Quite rightly, there has been concerns raised by local residents and indeed at a community council meeting I attended earlier this week in relation to infrastructure and other things, and the planning gain connected with it as well. This, like all other planning applications, will be dealt with through Falkirk Council planning procedure. Indeed, this proposed land transaction is subject to Cruden Homes East Limited obtaining all necessary statutory consents, including planning permission. Returning to the recommendations, I agree this is a reasonable sum, potentially providing much needed affordable homes in the area, and as such, I'm happy to move the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Garner. I'm content to formally second. Now, there are no amendments on this report. I'll throw it open to opposition to give us a statement why if they choose to do so.
I have nothing more to add. I've had any questions I had answered by officers in advance. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. Anyone else in that case? No.
Nothing to add.
No. Thank you, Bailey Kerr. In that case, we agreed on the report.
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you very much. So that brings us to the end of the meeting. Thank you very much for your indulgence as emergency chair in this occasion. Thank you for your brief comments and statements, and all that's left to say is thank you very much and safe journey home, folks.
Thanks to the chair.
Well done, Ian.